Welcome back to Background Historian. Tonight, we begin a gentle and unhurried journey into the life, legacy, and world of the Roman governor Pontius Pilate. Often remembered for a single moment in history, Pilate's story stretches far beyond one decision. It reaches back into the disciplined classrooms of Rome, the structured training grounds of the imperial military, and the quiet administrative halls where provincial officials learned the delicate art of governance. Across this series, we will explore the landscapes he walked, the political pressures he navigated, the culture of Judea under Roman rule, and the slow, subtle events that shaped his years in power. As always, we move through history softly, letting the details unfold in a peaceful rhythm meant to ease your mind as you drift toward sleep. Settle in, breathe deeply, and allow the ancient world to rise gently around you as we begin. Part 1. Origins and World of Pontius Pilate. The early life, politics, and landscape that shaped a Roman governor. Pontius Pilate is remembered primarily for a single moment in history, yet the world that shaped him was vast, complex, and full of quiet rhythms that stretched from the countryside of Italy to the deserts and hill towns of Judea. His story begins long before he stood on the Praetorian balcony overlooking Jerusalem. It begins in the calm fields and disciplined academies of the Roman world, where ambition and duty shaped the path of many young men who would later serve the empire. To understand Pilate's legacy, one must first step gently into the world that produced him, Rome at its height, its promises, its expectations, and its heavy burdens of governance. Tonight, in this opening chapter, we drift into the world of Pilate's origins, not with judgment or haste, but with a quiet, historical calm. We explore the environment that shaped him, the early influences that formed his character, and the Roman administrative system that ultimately placed him in one of the most politically sensitive regions of the empire. Let this chapter unfold slowly, like a careful walk through the ancient Mediterranean, carrying you gently toward rest. Rome in Pilate's youth, a world of power and expectation. Pilate was born at a time when Rome stood at the height of its imperial strength. The Republic had long fallen, replaced by the Principate under Augustus and his successors. The empire stretched from the Atlantic shores to the deserts of Syria, from the forests of Germania to the Nile. In this world, every young Roman boy grew up with a clear understanding of hierarchy, duty, and ambition. The Roman world into which Pilate was born valued discipline, loyalty, physical strength, rhetorical skill, the ability to command, unshakable adherence to the idea of Roman order. This environment shaped Pilate's worldview long before he entered political life. The equestrian class. Most historians believe Pilate belonged to the equites, the Roman equestrian class. Higher than common citizens but below the senatorial elite, the equestrian order supplied Rome with much of its administrative and military leadership. Families of this status placed great emphasis on education, military service, political patronage, building connections, strategic marriages. Pilate's childhood would have been shaped by tutors who taught Greek and Latin literature, Roman law, history, and the virtues expected of an imperial official. The quiet discipline of Roman education. Pilate's early training would have taken place in calm classrooms filled with wax tablets, styluses, scrolls of Virgil and Homer, and the steady voice of a tutor reciting passages for memorization. Education was not merely academic, it was a shaping of temperament. Young Pilate learned how to speak clearly and persuasively, how to read legal texts, how to calculate taxes and accounts, how to observe military discipline, How to present himself with calm authority. The Roman ideal emphasized gravitas, a sense of seriousness and responsibility that Pilate carried throughout his career. His training would have included athletic exercises too. Running, wrestling, spear throwing, horsemanship. These activities prepared equestrians for military leadership, and Pilate would have internalized their rhythms from an early age. The Roman military path, Pilate's early career. Like most equestrians, Pilate likely began his public service in the military. While the precise details of his early career are lost, historians reconstruct his path through typical equestrian progression. He may have served as a junior officer, Tribunus Angusticlavius, a prefect in a cavalry unit, an administrator in a legionary camp, a staff officer under a provincial governor. Life in the Roman military followed a steady and predictable routine. Inspection of troops at sunrise, drilling formations, patrols of provincial borders, maintaining discipline, overseeing logistics and supplies. During these years, Pilate would have learned not only how to command, but also how to navigate relationships between Roman officials, foreign populations, and local elites. These skills, though learned in calm and methodical fashion, would later define his governorship in Judea. The politics of appointment, how Pilate became prefect of Judea. By adulthood, Pilate had acquired enough experience, connections, and political support to be appointed prefect of Judea, a position of immense responsibility in a region known for religious diversity, social tension, and political sensitivity. The role of a prefect. The prefect of Judea oversaw tax collection, military peacekeeping, legal administration, the security of Jerusalem during major festivals, cooperation with the Jewish priestly leadership, communication with Rome and the governor of Syria. It was not a glamorous appointment, but it was significant. Judea was a frontier region where tension simmered quietly, occasionally rising into open conflict. Appointment under Emperor Tiberius. Pilate's appointment occurred under the rule of Tiberius, a cautious and often withdrawn emperor who valued loyalty and efficiency. Pilate's long tenure, around a decade, suggests he initially met imperial expectations. His arrival in Judea marked the beginning of a chapter that would shape not only his fate, but also the historical and religious memory of countless generations to come. The landscape he entered, Judea under Roman rule. When Pilate arrived in Judea, he encountered a land unlike any other province he had served. Jerusalem. The city was the religious heart of Judaism, home to the Second Temple, governed by a powerful priestly class, filled with pilgrims during major festivals. Its narrow streets, bustling markets, and sacred spaces required careful management. Any disturbance could escalate quickly. Caesarea Maritima. Pilate's official residence was in Caesarea, a calm coastal city built by Herod the Great. Here he found Roman-style architecture, administrative buildings, theaters and markets, a gentle sea breeze, a harbor linking the province to Rome. This peaceful, orderly city became Pilate's base of operations. The countryside. Judea's landscape featured rolling hills, olive groves, vineyards, fishing villages along the Sea of Galilee, quiet desert expanses, small agricultural towns. Pilate governed all these regions, often traveling between them with detachments of soldiers. a man between two worlds. Pilate lived between two very different cultural landscapes. Roman, hierarchical, imperial, administrative. Judean, religious, ancestral, deeply tied to tradition. Pilate struggled to understand Jewish customs at times, and his decisions occasionally created tension. But for now, in this first chapter, we see him not as a symbol of conflict, but as a Roman official shaped by years of disciplined education, slow progression through the ranks, steady military routine, political maneuvering, a sense of imperial duty. He arrived in Judea with a worldview formed in calm Roman classrooms and orderly military camps. His destiny, however, would soon intersect with events that would echo across centuries. A sleep-friendly closing. Imagine Pilate in his early years, standing on a quiet hillside outside Rome at dusk. The sky is soft with fading light. The fields stretch calmly before him. Perhaps he dreams of a future career, of distant provinces he has never seen, of the responsibilities that await him. He does not yet know that his name will be remembered far beyond the empire. He is simply a Roman officer at the start of his journey, shaped by the quiet discipline of his world. Let that peaceful image settle over you as this series begins. Part 2. Pilate arrives in Judea, a new province, a new role, and the quiet adjustments of a Roman governor. When Pontius Pilate first stepped onto the stone pavements of Caesarea Maritima, he entered a world entirely different from the orderly landscapes of Rome, the disciplined predictability of legionary camps, and the familiar routines of his early administrative career. Judea was a province of contrast and quiet tension, where Roman imperial authority existed side by side with deeply rooted religious traditions, ancient customs, and a population sensitive to any sign of disrespect toward their laws or their god. And yet, at the same time, it was a land of calm coastal breezes, fertile plains, olive-covered hills, and villages where daily life moved with a gentle rhythm unchanged for centuries. This chapter follows Pilate's first months as prefect. The landscapes he observed, the adjustments he made, the responsibilities he began to shoulder, and the slow, cautious process of learning how to govern a province where one misstep could ignite unrest. As always, we move through this story with steady calm, letting the details unfold softly, as though wandering through the ancient world at twilight. Caesarea Maritima, Pilate's seat of power. A city made for Roman administration. Caesarea Maritima was the formal capital of Judea, even though Jerusalem held greater symbolic and religious weight. Pilate, like other Roman prefects, made his residence in Caesarea because it felt unmistakably Roman, a city built to project imperial presence. Pilate's first impressions would have included wide streets paved in stone, a bustling harbor filled with cargo ships, temples dedicated to Roman gods, administrative buildings arranged in orderly grids, villas overlooking the Mediterranean, markets selling food, pottery, cloth, and spices. The constant sound of waves against the breakwater. The city possessed a calm efficiency. Its harbor, engineered by Herod the Great, allowed ships to come and go with steady regularity, carrying goods, travelers, and messages. For a Roman governor accustomed to structure and clarity, Caesarea offered a sense of grounding. The Praetorium by the sea. Pilate's official residence, the Praetorium, stood close to the shore. From its courtyards he could hear the soft crash of water against stone, gulls circling overhead, the rustling of palms in the sea breeze. Within the complex were offices for scribes, Rooms for officials. A hall for judicial hearings. Barracks for auxiliary troops. Storerooms for taxes collected in grain, wine, and oil. Each morning, Pilate's day began with structured calm. Reviewing reports from centurions. Reading letters from his superior, the legate in Syria. Approving financial accounts. Hearing petitions from local leaders. His administrative education prepared him well for this environment. Understanding Judea, a province of complexity and quiet tension. A land of many cultures. Judea was not a monolithic region. Pilate soon realized he governed a mosaic of communities. They included Judean villages tied to centuries-old traditions, Greek-speaking coastal populations, Samaritan towns with distinct beliefs, Roman settlers and soldiers, priestly elites in Jerusalem, zealots and other reform movements, rural farmers living in small stone houses, fishermen along the Sea of Galilee. The province demanded sensitivity, but Pilate's Roman upbringing emphasized authority and order above all else. Religion at the center. For the Jewish population, religion permeated life. The Sabbath structured each week. Purity laws shaped daily routines. The temple in Jerusalem stood at the spiritual heart of the nation. Priests, not Roman officials, determined many local matters. The Torah served as both religious and legal foundation. Pilate quickly learned that governance in Judea was not the same as governance in a typical Roman province. Insults to Jewish customs, even unintended ones, could generate unrest. The challenge of cultural distance. Despite his administrative experience, Pilate struggled to understand the depth of attachment the Jewish people held toward the temple, their ancestral laws, the idea of ritual purity, the belief in a single, invisible God. To a Roman accustomed to temples for many deities and imperial cult rituals, this worldview felt foreign. Pilate's challenge in his early months was not managing the military or reorganizing taxation, it was learning how to govern without provoking the population unnecessarily. First impressions of Jerusalem, a city unlike any other. Although Pilate lived in Caesarea, he traveled frequently to Jerusalem, especially during festivals when pilgrimage swelled the city's population. The city's atmosphere. Jerusalem stood in the Judean hills, its climate cooler and its streets narrower than those of the coast. The city felt ancient, layered with meaning and expectation. Pilate would have noticed limestone buildings glowing warmly in sunlight, merchants calling out in crowded markets, priests dressed in distinctive garments, families traveling together with offerings. The smell of incense drifting from the Temple Mount. Stone stairs worn smooth by generations of feet. For Pilate, Jerusalem was impressive yet uncomfortable, filled with symbols of a culture he did not fully understand and with political sensitivities that required constant care. The fortress Antonia and Roman presence. The Roman troops stationed in Jerusalem lived in the Antonia fortress, which overlooked the temple complex. From here, centurions watched over the city, especially during the festivals of Passover, Tabernacles, and Pentecost, when tensions between pilgrims, local residents, and Roman soldiers could flare. Pilate spent holidays in Jerusalem not by choice, but out of duty. Festivals brought hundreds of thousands into the city. Even a rumor of disrespect could incite unrest. Pilate's presence was meant to deter violence and reassure Rome that order would be maintained. The responsibilities of a Roman prefect, quiet but weighty duties. Pilate held multiple titles: administrator, military commander, judge, and each role came with expectations. 1. Tax collection and financial oversight. Pilate ensured that tribute reached Rome. Taxes were gathered fairly. Public funds were allocated properly. The grain supply remained stable. Customs duties along trade routes were enforced. Financial calm was necessary for provincial stability. 2. Legal authority. Pilate presided over civil disputes, criminal cases, appeals brought by local leaders, matters involving Roman citizens, issues beyond the jurisdiction of local councils. His court often involved quiet, methodical reasoning and long hours hearing testimony. 3. Military command. As prefect, Pilate commanded auxiliary troops. His duties included maintaining forts and outposts, monitoring border regions, preventing banditry, protecting trade caravans, ensuring safe passage for Roman officials. Most days were calm, with soldiers patrolling quietly along dusty roads or stationed on the walls of remote outposts. 4. Relations with local leadership. Pilate worked closely with the Jewish priestly aristocracy, the Sanhedrin, local town elders, wealthy landowners, tax collectors, community leaders who mediated local disputes. Maintaining cooperation between Roman power and Jewish authority was essential. Pilate's administrative style, the tension between authority and sensitivity. Though Pilate arrived prepared, he soon realized Judea required careful balance. Roman directness. Pilate's Roman worldview favored clear rules, visible authority, straightforward enforcement, public demonstrations of power, administrative efficiency, Judean expectations. But the Jewish population valued respect for tradition, minimal Roman interference, sensitivity to religious laws, limited presence of symbols of paganism. These two systems often clashed. Not violently, but quietly, in misunderstandings and cultural friction. Pilate's learning curve. In these first months, Pilate began making decisions that revealed both his commitment to maintaining order, his imperfect understanding of the people he governed. Some early decisions would sow seeds that later grew into controversy. Others demonstrated his desire to be a firm but capable governor. The tension between these elements defined his entire tenure. The calm before the storm. Pilate's early months in Judea. Though Pilate is remembered for later conflicts, his earliest months were relatively peaceful. He traveled between cities, inspected forts, listened to petitions, oversaw tax records, and learned to navigate the delicate relationship between Roman authority and Jewish tradition. Pilate observing the province. One can imagine him riding through the countryside on a quiet morning. The sun rising over olive groves. Farmers tending fields with wooden plows. Shepherds guiding sheep across rolling hills. Women drawing water from stone cisterns. Children running along dusty village paths. Pilate watched, observed, and took mental notes. This was the land he had been entrusted to govern. Warm evenings by the sea. Back in Caesarea, he ended his days overlooking the calm Mediterranean. The sound of waves offered a kind of steadiness that contrasted sharply with the complexity of Jerusalem's politics. In these early months, Pilate still believed he could manage Judea with a firm but balanced hand. He did not yet know how deeply events in this land would shape his future. A sleep-friendly closing. Imagine Pilate standing on a balcony in Caesarea at twilight. The sea glimmers softly. Lamps flicker in the city below. The air carries the scent of salt and distant cooking fires. Pilate watches the horizon, aware of the responsibilities ahead but not yet burdened by the controversies that would eventually define his name. For now, there is calm, a quiet beginning to a governorship that will unfold in ways he cannot foresee. Let this peaceful moment guide your thoughts gently toward rest. Part 3. Pilate and the temple authorities, learning to govern through negotiation, tension, and quiet observation. When Pontius Pilate accepted the appointment as prefect of Judea, he understood that the province held great sensitivity, but only after arriving did he begin to grasp the true complexity of governing a land whose heart was not merely political but profoundly religious. In Rome, law and order flowed through the empire's administrative machinery with clarity and force. But in Judea, authority was shared, uneasily at times, between Roman officials and a priestly aristocracy whose influence extended into nearly every aspect of daily life. For Pilate, this meant that diplomacy, not only discipline, would become a necessary part of his work. In this chapter, we move calmly into Pilate's early interactions with the temple authorities, the high priests, the Sanhedrin, the scribes, and the aristocratic families whose leadership shaped Judea. We explore how Pilate observed their structure, how he attempted to work with them, how cultural misunderstandings emerged quietly at first, and how early missteps foreshadowed the more dramatic tensions that would define the middle years of his governorship. As always, the narrative unfolds gently, allowing the intricate relationships of Judea to appear slowly, like torchlight illuminating a shaded courtyard at dusk. The temple leadership, a parallel structure of authority. The high priestly families. When Pilate arrived in Judea, the high priesthood was largely controlled by powerful families connected to Rome through political favor and negotiation. Among the most influential were the family of Annas, the house of Caiaphas, aristocratic priestly clans connected by marriage, wealthy landowners who financed temple rituals, scribal families who interpreted religious law. These groups, though not monolithic, formed the backbone of Judea's religious governance. Influence over the people. Pilate observed early on that the Jewish population respected the high priests as guardians of tradition, trusted them to maintain purity and ritual order, looked to them for interpretation of the Torah, expected them to defend Jewish customs against outside intrusion. This meant that Pilate, despite being Rome's official representative, could not govern effectively without recognizing the position of these leaders. A relationship of necessity. In other Roman provinces, the governor's authority was unquestioned. But here, Pilate quickly realized religious legitimacy enhanced political peace. Cooperation with the temple leadership prevented unrest. Mutual negotiation was more effective than unilateral decree. This delicate balance became one of the defining challenges of Pilate's administration. Pilate's first meetings with the priestly aristocracy. A formal introduction. Shortly after settling into his residence in Caesarea, Pilate received delegations from Jerusalem. They entered the praetorium with composed dignity, their garments expressing status and tradition. Pilate observed their manner. Calm but cautious. Respectful but guarded. Confident in their authority. They represented a culture that had long outlasted empires. During these early meetings, conversations likely centered on taxation agreements, festival security, temple autonomy, cooperation between Roman troops and temple guards, jurisdiction in civil and religious matters. Though the discussions were formal, they set a foundation for the years to come. Pilate's impressions. Pilate found the priestly aristocracy intellectually sharp, deeply protective of their traditions, skilled in legal interpretation, confident in negotiating limits of Roman interference. Their influence over the people impressed Pilate, but also challenged his Roman instinct for unilateral command. The Sanhedrin, a council with deep authority. Alongside the high priests, Pilate encountered the Sanhedrin, an assembly of elders, priests, and scribes. Role of the Sanhedrin. This council oversaw religious law, civil disputes, interpretation of the Torah, matters related to purity, internal governance among Jewish communities. Although limited in criminal jurisdiction, the Sanhedrin wielded enormous social power. Pilate's view of the council. To Pilate, the Sanhedrin resembled a municipal senate, a judicial council, an advisory body, a cultural anchor for the province. But there was a difference. The Sanhedrin's authority rested on religious legitimacy rather than Roman appointment. This independent grounding required Pilate to approach matters involving the council with subtlety, especially when imperial policy intersected with Jewish law. Communication challenges, two worldviews in conversation. Roman pragmatism versus Jewish law. Pilate often approached decisions through precedent, administrative logic, Roman legal principles, military practicality. The Jewish leaders approached decisions through the Torah, ritual purity, ancestral tradition, preservation of identity. Quiet misunderstandings occurred early and often. The challenge of symbols. In Rome, symbols of imperial power were natural expressions of loyalty. But in Judea, certain symbols could provoke deep distress. Pilate learned, sometimes slowly, that images of the emperor, pagan standards, inscriptions honoring Roman gods, military decorations, certain coins, could all become flashpoints if brought into sacred areas. The challenge was not rebellion, but cultural misalignment. Pilate's early missteps, lessons learned through tension. Though the early months were mostly calm, Pilate encountered difficulties when Roman customs collided with Jewish expectations. The incident of the standards. One of Pilate's first controversies involved bringing military standards bearing imperial images into Jerusalem. The Jewish population viewed such images as violations of the commandment against graven images. When protests arose, Pilate was initially puzzled. Roman soldiers carried such standards everywhere. Yet the reaction in Jerusalem was sincere, widespread, and calm but firm. Pilate faced a choice: enforce Roman custom, respect Jewish tradition, and avoid unrest. Eventually, the standards were removed. This incident taught Pilate that understanding Judea required more than authority, it required attentive adaptation. A quiet but lasting impact. Though resolved, the controversy left subtle marks. The priestly leadership became wary of Pilate. Pilate felt constrained by local sensitivities. Both sides tested the boundaries of cooperation. These early tensions foreshadowed greater conflicts to come. The temple tax and Roman oversight. A sacred obligation. The temple tax, paid annually by adult Jewish men, supported sacrifices, maintenance of the temple complex, the needs of the priesthood, public religious functions. This tax was not a Roman levy, but Rome allowed it to continue out of respect for Jewish autonomy. Pilate's role. Pilate monitored safety of tax transport, potential fraud, disputes regarding its collection, conflicts involving money changers. But he generally refrained from direct interference, knowing it was a sacred institution. Learning restraint. Here, Pilate demonstrated something important: a growing awareness of when to enforce authority and when to exercise quiet restraint. This balance characterized much of his administrative style. Pilate watching and learning the value of observation. Pilate spent much of his first year simply observing Judean life. In Jerusalem, he often watched pilgrims climbing the temple steps, priests conducting rituals, scribes teaching young students, elders debating points of law in shaded courtyards, merchants selling offerings near the temple gates. Each scene helped him understand the rhythms of the people he governed. In Caesarea, he observed Roman traders unloading goods, Greek-speaking locals discussing politics, tax officials sorting accounts, auxiliary troops drilling at dawn, ships moving calmly through the harbor. Here, Pilate felt more at ease, anchored in a world he fully understood. In the countryside, Pilate traveled through wheat fields ripening under the sun, vineyards spreading across hill slopes, villages centered around wells and small synagogues, grazing lands dotted with sheep, olive groves cultivated for generations. He saw both the simplicity and fragility of provincial life. These observations shaped his approach more than any official document or imperial instruction. A growing appreciation for Judea's uniqueness. Though Pilate was not particularly sympathetic to Jewish customs, he began to develop a quiet respect for the endurance of their traditions, their devotion to a single God, the solemn beauty of their rituals, the dignity of their priestly leadership, the intellectual depth of their laws. This did not make him gentle, nor did it eliminate conflict. But it did carve out a small space of understanding within his otherwise Roman worldview. A sleep-friendly closing. Imagine Pilate at the end of a long day, sitting in the courtyard of the Praetorium in Caesarea. The evening breeze cools the stones beneath his feet. Lamps flicker softly along the colonnade. The sound of the sea drifts through the open archways. He considers the complex world he now governs, a land of proud traditions, ancient laws, and deeply rooted faith. Pilate does not yet know how turbulent the years ahead will become. For now, he sits quietly, listening to the calm Mediterranean waves, reflecting on what he has learned and what remains unclear. Let this peaceful scene guide your thoughts toward rest. Part 4. Pilate and the Roman troops, daily routines, quiet discipline, and the military backbone of Judea. When Pontius Pilate settled into his role as prefect of Judea, one of the first pillars of stability he leaned upon was the Roman military. Though Judea was not an active war front during most of Pilate's tenure, the presence of Roman troops shaped the atmosphere of the province in subtle but constant ways. Soldiers patrolled roads, guarded outposts, maintained order during festivals, and formed the protective framework that allowed Roman administration to function. For Pilate, understanding the rhythms of the army, its routines, its expectations, its quiet presence across the land, became crucial to governing effectively. In this chapter, we move gently into the daily world of the Roman troops stationed in Judea. We explore their responsibilities, their relationship with Pilate, their interactions with the Jewish population, and the calm yet powerful role they played in ensuring provincial stability. This exploration unfolds slowly, like watching soldiers drill at sunrise on an open coastal plain, their movement steady and rhythmic under the soft morning light. The Roman auxiliary force in Judea. A different kind of army. Composition of the garrison. Unlike other provinces with large legions, Judea was guarded primarily by auxiliary troops, non-citizen soldiers drawn from regions across the empire. These units were smaller, more flexible, and well-suited to the needs of a province with occasional unrest but no active warfare. The garrison included infantry cohorts, cavalry units, archers, slingers, garrison guards assigned to temples and fortresses, specialized engineers stationed in Caesarea. They were disciplined, experienced, and accustomed to long-term service in frontier regions. Diverse origins. Pilate oversaw soldiers from Syria, Samaria, Idumea, coastal Phoenician towns, northern Arab territories, occasionally Thrace or Gaul. This diversity reflected the empire's vastness. Soldiers brought their own languages, customs, and quiet personal histories to Judea. Pilate, as prefect, coordinated them all. Pilate's relationship with the military commanders. The prefect as supreme military authority. Pilate held supreme military authority within Judea, though he often delegated daily operations to experienced centurions. Still, major decisions, troop movements, festival deployments, disciplinary issues, always required his approval. Morning briefings. Pilate's mornings often began with reports from centurions, updates on patrols, letters from outposts, messages from scouts, summaries of any disturbances. These briefings were calm, structured, and predictable. Pilate valued clarity and order, and the Roman military system suited his administrative temperament. Trust in discipline. Though Pilate sometimes clashed with Jewish leaders, he rarely had difficulty managing his troops. Their discipline mirrored his own worldview, structured, methodical, unwavering. Daily life of Roman soldiers in Judea. At dawn. Before the sun fully rose, soldiers gathered in courtyards or open fields for morning drills. Spear practice. Shield formations. Short marches. Exercises in armor. Archery sessions for specialized units. Their movements were rhythmic, almost meditative. The sound of shields striking, the thud of sandals on packed earth, and the controlled breathing of coordinated movement filled the air. Routine and structure. Roman soldiers lived by schedule. Morning training. Midday equipment maintenance. Patrols and guard duty. Quiet afternoons repairing sandals, sharpening weapons, or writing letters. Evenings spent sharing meals around small fires. Life in the garrisons offered stability and unchanging rhythm amid the province's cultural complexity. Meals and rest. A typical soldier's meal included bread, olives, cheese, dried figs, lentils, occasionally salted fish or meat, watered wine. Meals were taken quietly, in groups, fostering camaraderie. Evening calm. When drills ended and patrols returned, outposts grew peaceful. The sounds of soldiers laughing softly, discussing news, or repairing gear gave way to silence as night fell. Oil lamps flickered in barracks. Scrolls were read. Letters were sealed with wax. And once the lamps dimmed, only the distant sounds of the countryside remained. Outposts and forts, the silent watchers of the province. Fortresses that guarded key points. Pilate's troops occupied several strategic locations. The Antonia Fortress in Jerusalem. The coastal barracks in Caesarea. Outposts along major roads. Forts near Samaria and Galilee. Guard stations along the Jordan Valley. Each fort served as a calm anchor of Roman presence. Life in a rural outpost. Outposts were simple. Stone walls. A central courtyard. A tower with a view of hills or plains. Storage rooms for grain and water. Small barracks for 20 to 40 soldiers. Days here were quiet, broken only by patrols and routine checks. Watching over festivals. During major Jewish festivals, Pilate deployed additional soldiers to Jerusalem. The influx of pilgrims required gate monitoring, market order, nighttime patrols, calm interposition between crowds and potential disturbances. For soldiers, these deployments felt busy but purposeful. They understood their role as guardians rather than aggressors. Interactions between Roman soldiers and the Jewish population. A relationship of distance and caution. Roman soldiers rarely integrated with the local population. Jewish law and custom discouraged certain interactions, especially involving food and lodging. Yet, everyday contact did occur. Soldiers purchased goods from local markets. They passed through villages on patrol. They guarded roads used by farmers and merchants. They provided protection against banditry. Though there was underlying tension, these interactions were usually peaceful. Respect for temple boundaries. One of Pilate's earliest lessons was ensuring that soldiers respected sacred areas, purity laws, festivals requiring increased sensitivity. Missteps did occur, sometimes unintentionally. But over time, Pilate established clearer guidelines to avoid unnecessary unrest. The Mediterranean calm of Caesarea, soldiers at the coast. A city that felt like Rome. Caesarea offered soldiers Roman baths, porticos, amphitheater entertainment, familiar architectural styles, access to imported goods. Here, the military felt most at home. Evening drills by the sea. As the sun set, exercises sometimes took place on coastal sands. The sound of waves accompanied the rhythmic thump of marching feet. The ocean breeze cooled armor and eased the day's tension. Pilate often watched from a distance, appreciating the calm professionalism of his troops. Military justice, discipline and calm order. Roman expectations. Soldiers lived under strict expectations. Punctuality. Obedience. Physical fitness. Respect for rank. Maintenance of gear. Violations were dealt with quietly but firmly. Reduced rations. Extra duties. Short confinement. Replacement of damaged gear at personal cost. Pilate rarely needed to intervene, centurions maintained order effectively. A culture of quiet responsibility. Roman discipline was not chaotic or loud. It was routine, expected, and accepted. Soldiers found comfort in its predictability. Pilate and the military, a mutual dependence. Stabilizing influence. The soldiers relied on Pilate for direction, supplies, promotions, legal authority, political protection. Pilate relied on them for maintaining peace, enforcing decisions, demonstration of Roman presence, calm patrols through the hills and valleys, guarding key religious events. This relationship was foundational to Pilate's governance. Pilate's confidence in the troops. Unlike his sometimes strained interactions with the temple leadership, Pilate found the military straightforward. Orders were followed. Reports were clear. Problems were addressed quickly. The troops were an island of familiarity in a province full of cultural nuance. The emotional landscape of military service. Longing, camaraderie, and routine. Soldiers experienced homesickness, pride in service, boredom between assignments. Quiet bonds formed over shared meals. Small joys like receiving letters. Satisfaction in orderly living. Pilate, himself a product of Roman discipline, understood these emotions well. Soldiers beneath the stars. At remote outposts, soldiers often slept on rooftops or in open courtyards. They lay beneath clear desert skies, surrounded by silence broken only by the rustling of wind or distant sounds of animals. This peaceful simplicity softened the hardship of frontier life. A sleep-friendly closing. Imagine now a Roman outpost at twilight. The sun has dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky washed in purples and soft golds. A few soldiers sit near a small fire, warming their hands as they share quiet conversation. Others polish their helmets in fading light or write letters home on small wooden tablets. The air cools. The sounds of the countryside deepen into stillness. A lone guard climbs the watchtower, lantern in hand, and surveys the peaceful hills. Below him, the rest of the garrison settles into calm sleep. Pilate sits miles away in Caesarea, reviewing the day's reports. He trusts these men, the silent watchers of the province, to maintain the order he is sworn to uphold. Let this quiet scene rest gently in your thoughts, soothing you as you drift toward sleep. Part 5. Pilate's administration of justice, quiet courtrooms, Roman law, and the complex legal landscape of Judea. When Pontius Pilate accepted the position of prefect, he stepped into a role that extended far beyond military oversight and political negotiation. He became, above all, the highest judicial authority in Judea. From the smallest disputes involving land or inheritance to cases of banditry, financial fraud, and treason, Pilate was responsible for upholding Roman law while navigating the deeply rooted legal traditions of the Jewish people. In a province where religion and law were intertwined, justice required patience, careful listening, and a deliberate, steady hand. In this chapter, we step into Pilate's judicial world. We sit quietly in the shaded colonnades where he heard cases, observe the scribes pressing notes onto wax tablets, and watch how Roman legal procedure blended, sometimes uneasily, with local customs. We explore the gentle rhythms of courtroom procedure, the slow unfolding of testimonies, and the careful deliberation that shaped the prefect's decisions. Let your mind drift softly into this administrative landscape, where justice moved not with haste, but with quiet formality. The prefect as judge, the pillar of Roman provincial rule. The nature of Pilate's authority. Pilate's legal authority included jurisdiction over capital crimes, oversight of disputes involving Roman citizens, appeals beyond local courts, the power to approve or deny death sentences issued by Jewish authorities, the right to intervene in matters of public order, arbitrating financial disputes involving tax contracts and debts. His judgments carried the full weight of Rome. A daily judicial rhythm. Most mornings, after reviewing reports from centurions, Pilate held court. A typical day included hearing petitions from delegations, reviewing evidence in civil cases, deciding disputes involving land boundaries, adjudicating conflicts between Jewish and Gentile residents, resolving disagreements over tax assessments, hearing appeals from local councils. Though Judea could become turbulent, most cases Pilate heard were quiet, routine, and deeply human. The courtroom environment, calm, formal, and structured. Physical setting. Pilate's courtroom, whether in Caesarea or Jerusalem, usually consisted of a shaded courtyard, columns supporting open porticos, benches for scribes, small seats for petitioners, guards standing discreetly along the edges. The atmosphere was not loud or chaotic. Roman justice emphasized procedure, order, and controlled calm. Scribes and documentation. Scribes recorded the names of parties, summaries of complaints, testimonies, evidence presented, the prefect's verdict, instructions for enforcement, clay tablets, parchment scrolls, and wax writing boards moved in and out of Pilate's presence in a steady stream. The sound of styluses scratching across wax became part of the background rhythm of the courtroom. Petitioners and protocol. Those seeking judgment approached Pilate with a quiet bow, carefully prepared statements, small gifts or tokens of respect, when appropriate. Witnesses standing modestly behind them. Even in difficult cases, people spoke with measured tones, aware that maintaining decorum reflected well on their cause. Roman law meets Jewish law, two systems in constant conversation. Jewish legal autonomy. Pilate recognized that Jewish courts handled most internal disputes, especially those involving marriage and divorce, inheritance, religious offenses, community disagreements, matters of purity, issues governed by Torah. The Sanhedrin rarely involved Pilate unless the penalty sought exceeded their authority. The matter involved Roman interests. Unrest threatened public order. Appeals were made directly to the prefect. Roman legal principles. Roman law, which Pilate upheld, emphasized property rights, contractual agreements, the authority of written documents, the importance of witnesses, the responsibility of magistrates to prevent disorder. Pilate had to apply these principles consistently while respecting local customs. The balance of authorities. For Pilate, justice often meant listening carefully, determining jurisdiction, considering cultural context, applying Roman law without provoking unnecessary tension. This balance required more subtlety than any military decision. Types of cases Pilate heard, a glimpse into provincial life. Land and water disputes. Agriculture depended on clear boundaries and shared access to canals. Pilate frequently resolved disputes involving irrigation rights, movement of livestock, contested property markers, damage to fields caused by negligence. Witnesses described harvest patterns, surveyors presented measurements, and Pilate weighed their accounts. Taxation conflicts. Some disputes involved overcharged duties, unpaid debts, disagreements between tax collectors and villagers, appeals for reduced assessments after crop failure. Pilate approached these cases with Roman practicality, balancing state revenue with provincial stability. Criminal offenses. More serious matters included theft, assault, bandit activity, unlawful assemblies, political agitation, bribery or corruption among officials. These cases rarely involved drama. Pilate saw them as matters of restoring calm. Cases involving Roman citizens. Though relatively few Roman citizens lived in Judea, their cases required Pilate's direct judgment. These were handled with strict adherence to Roman procedure, careful protection of citizen rights, formal oaths and documentation. Pilate understood that mishandling such cases could reach the ears of the imperial court. Pilate's judicial temperament, firm, practical, and sometimes rigid. Strengths. Pilate demonstrated steady judgment, an ability to listen patiently, a clear grasp of Roman law, attention to written evidence, consistency in smaller cases. He valued predictability, which he saw as the backbone of justice. Limitations. Pilate sometimes struggled with cultural nuance, offenses rooted in religious law, interpreting symbolic meaning, the weight the Jewish population placed on purity and sacred space. Mistakes in understanding these areas occasionally led to tension. A softer side of governance, compassionate judgments. Though remembered as a stern prefect, many of Pilate's daily decisions were calm and measured. Examples of judgments included granting reduced taxes after drought, resolving family disputes to preserve harmony, freeing individuals who were falsely accused, allowing local councils to decide minor matters, postponing penalties during festivals. These acts reflect a more balanced administrator than later narratives sometimes portray. Major judicial challenges, tensions that quietly escalated. Sensitive cases involving the temple. Anything involving the temple required extreme care. Pilate sometimes mediated disputes involving temple funds, arguments between priestly factions, the flow of pilgrims during festivals, questions of ritual purity affecting public order. Even a small misstep risked widespread unrest. Political movements and messianic claims. Although not frequent, cases involving charismatic leaders or gatherings drew Pilate's attention. He monitored such situations cautiously, avoiding unnecessary interference, watching closely for signs of escalation, consulting local leaders before acting. His goal was not repression, but stability. Pilate's judicial philosophy, law as a source of peace. Pilate believed that justice prevented conflict, strengthened loyalty to Rome, protected the province from disorder. offered residents a clear path to resolution. He viewed his courtroom not as a place of punishment, but as a center of calm authority. This worldview influenced his decisions, making him cautious in cases with political implications and decisive in matters of civil law. A sleep-friendly closing, the court at dusk. Imagine now the end of a judicial day in Caesarea. The sun lowers over the Mediterranean, turning the sky deep shades of gold and purple. Pilate rises from his seat, his judgment tablet resting closed on a stone shelf. Scribes stretch their hands after hours of writing. Guards relax their posture as petitioners head home, relieved to have been heard. The colonnade grows quiet. Warm breezes move through the courtyard. Oil lamps are lit one by one, their soft glow filling the space where arguments, testimonies, and decisions unfolded only hours before. Pilate walks slowly through the hall, feeling the day's weight ease from his shoulders. Tomorrow will bring new petitions, new conflicts, new judgments. But for now, there is calm, and the gentle rhythm of a province settling into evening peace. Let this scene carry you softly toward rest. Part 6. Pilate and the people of markets, villages, and the quiet rhythms of daily life in Judea. Pontius Pilate governed Judea at a time when the province was more than just a stage for great political and religious events. It was also a land full of ordinary people who lived slow, structured, deeply rooted lives shaped by farming, fishing, trade, prayer, family, and tradition. Pilate himself may never have fully understood their inner world, yet his decisions touched these people each day. To govern Judea effectively, he needed not only to negotiate with high priests or manage troops, but to grasp the quieter rhythms of the common population, their hopes, their struggles, their routines, and the subtle ways they responded to Roman authority. This chapter takes us gently into that larger backdrop. Into the dusty markets and tranquil olive groves, the early morning fishing boats, the shaded courtyards, the lively festivals, and the quiet Sabbath evenings that formed the heartbeat of life in Judea. Through Pilate's eyes, we observe the people he governed, not in moments of conflict, but in the peaceful anonymity of daily existence. As always, we move slowly and softly, letting each detail unfold in a calm, restful rhythm. Pilate's observations of rural Judea. A land of fields and quiet labor. The farming villages. Most of the province Pilate governed consisted not of large cities, but of small farming communities. These villages, clusters of stone and mud brick homes arranged around courtyards, were nestled among fields of wheat, barley, and vineyards. When Pilate traveled with small escorts, he often passed shepherds guiding animals at dawn, women grinding grain in shaded courtyards, children collecting water at stone cisterns, farmers plowing with wooden yokes pulled by oxen, olive groves stretching across rolling hills. Though Pilate interacted little with villagers directly, he could not help noticing their resilience. Their lives seemed humble but deeply structured, bound by cycles of planting and harvest. A quiet rhythm of seasons. Pilate saw that in Judea. Spring meant green pastures and new growth. Summer brought heat and careful irrigation. Autumn meant grape pressing and olive harvesting. Winter delivered rains, rest, and long evenings indoors. This seasonal predictability contrasted sharply with the unpredictability of the political world Pilate navigated. Simplicity and stability. The villages Pilate passed held a quiet strength. Their routines had existed long before Rome, and would endure long after his governorship. For Pilate, they served as reminders that governance involved not only decrees and trials, but the stewardship of a land full of ordinary, peaceful lives. The markets, a living network of trade and community. Market days in Judean towns. Each week, towns across Judea held markets where villagers gathered to buy and sell goods. These markets pulsed with life. Traders calling out prices. Farmers displaying baskets of produce. Potters showing decorated vessels. Weavers selling linen and wool. Fishermen offering fresh catches. Spice merchants filling the air with fragrance. Pilate often passed these markets during his travels or while entering Jerusalem for festival duty. Roman and local economies intertwined. Though Judea resented many aspects of Roman rule, trade connected them. Roman coins circulated widely. Roman officers bought local produce. Jewish craftsmen sold goods to soldiers. Travelers from across the empire passed through Judea on major routes. Pilate observed the subtle ways commerce softened boundaries between cultures. Quiet trust between buyer and seller. Jewish merchants were known for honesty. Pilate's administrative records often reflected fewer disputes in Jewish markets than in Roman coastal cities. Trade in Judea was not only economic, it was social, sustaining community bonds. Life around the temple, pilgrims, vendors, and priests. Pilgrimage and festival seasons. Pilate quickly learned that Judea transformed during major festivals. Tens of thousands of pilgrims ascended to Jerusalem. Families from Galilee. Travelers from the Decapolis. Judeans from the countryside. Diaspora Jews from abroad. Streets filled with singing, conversation, and prayer. Animals were led toward the temple for sacrifices. Inns overflowed. Merchants set up temporary stalls. Pilate observing from a distance. Pilate rarely entered the sacred areas of the temple. Instead, he watched from outside the complex or from vantage points within the Antonia fortress. He noted the devotion of the pilgrims, the quiet discipline of priests, the careful order maintained by temple guards, the emotional weight the festivals carried, the heightened sensitivity to Roman presence. For Pilate, festival seasons meant vigilance, not understanding. Yet he respected the extraordinary unity of these gatherings. The Sabbath owed a rhythm that shaped provincial life. A day set apart. Pilate soon discovered that every week in Judea came to a gentle halt at dusk on the sixth day. Lamps were lit in homes, markets closed, fields fell silent, and families gathered. The Sabbath created quiet streets, peaceful homes, a pause in labor, stillness in the countryside, an atmosphere of reflection. Pilate recognized the power of this ritual to unify the population in ways Roman custom could not. Administrative challenges. The Sabbath required Pilate to adjust court schedules, reduce military presence when possible, ensure no unnecessary Roman disturbance, respect sensitivities regarding travel and work. Though foreign to him, Pilate learned to anticipate the weekly flow of work and rest. Pilate's approach to the common people, calm distance and practical oversight. A governor who watched more than he interfered. Pilate rarely involved himself in the daily lives of ordinary Judeans. His interactions came mostly through tax records, petitions, festivals requiring security, legal appeals, conflicts involving Roman citizens or soldiers. Yet he knew that calm governance required awareness of the people's rhythms and needs. when intervention was necessary. Pilate intervened in local life only when tax disputes grew tense, banditry threatened travel, conflicts between Jewish and Gentile populations escalated, drought or crop failure threatened food supply. His style was neither lenient nor excessively harsh, practical, measured, and focused on maintaining order. His quiet observations of cultural boundaries. Pilate learned to respect synagogue customs, dietary laws, Sabbath restrictions, aversions to pagan imagery, temple boundaries. These adaptations helped prevent unnecessary conflict. The fishing villages, Galilee's calm waters and steady labor. Villages along the Sea of Galilee. Pilate occasionally traveled north into Galilee, a region known for fishing communities, small towns built along the lake, boat builders, bustling morning markets, calm waters reflecting sunrise light. The early morning routines of fishermen, casting nets, rowing in slow rhythms, sorting catches along quiet shores, left strong impressions on him. A resilient population. Galileans were known for resilience and independence. Their villages felt hard-working, tightly knit, deeply rooted in tradition, less influenced by Rome than coastal cities. Pilate sensed both strength and unpredictability in this region. The emotional landscape of Judean daily life. Family and community. Pilate saw families everywhere. Parents teaching children scripture. Grandparents sitting near hearths. Neighbors helping one another harvest crops. Weddings celebrated with music and dancing. Communal meals shared beneath grape arbors. Family unity shaped Judean identity. Hope and hardship. Life in Judea held both. Joy in festivals, harvests, and births. Sorrow in droughts, illness, or oppressive taxation. Resilience through faith. Tension beneath the surface when Roman presence felt heavy. Pilate understood that stability depended on acknowledging both sides. Pilate's gradual understanding of the people he governed. Not love, but respect. Pilate did not necessarily come to admire Jewish customs in a personal sense, but he recognized their endurance, their emotional importance, their ability to unify, their deep connection to land and faith. This recognition shaped his administrative decisions. A growing awareness of what could provoke unrest. Pilate learned when not to escalate disputes, when to listen to priests, when to increase military presence quietly, when to let local councils resolve issues. The common people, farmers, fishermen, artisans, taught him indirectly how sensitive Judea truly was. A sleep-friendly closing, twilight over Judea. Imagine Pilate at dusk on a quiet evening in the Judean countryside. He stands on a small hill overlooking terraced fields. The air cools. Olive branches rustle softly. In the distance, shepherds guide their flocks into stone enclosures. From village courtyards, the scent of baking bread drifts upward. Families gather inside their homes, lamps glowing warmly behind wooden shutters. Pilate listens to the gentle quiet of the land he governs, a land of humble routines and deep traditions. The sun dips behind the hills, painting the sky in soft purples and fading gold. For a moment, the complexities of politics fall away, and only the peaceful, timeless rhythm of Judea remains. let that quiet scene guide your thoughts gently toward rest. Part 7. Pilate and the priesthood, quiet negotiations, sacred hierarchies, and the delicate balance of power. Pontius Pilate governed a province unlike any other in the Roman world. In Judea, political authority and religious authority did not live in separate spheres. They intertwined, overlapped, and sometimes collided. At the center of that religious world stood the priesthood. A network of hereditary families, temple officials, scribes, scholars, and leaders who guided Jewish life with traditions stretching back centuries. To govern Judea effectively, Pilate needed to understand them, respect their influence, and constantly navigate the delicate line between Roman control and Jewish autonomy. This chapter unfolds gently into the relationship between Pilate and the priesthood. We explore the calm but tense meetings in palace chambers, the quiet negotiations over temple affairs, and the steady, measured diplomacy that shaped their interactions. Let this world open slowly, like the soft glow of lamps being lit inside a stone chamber as evening settles in. The priesthood, guardians of tradition. A hierarchy rooted in antiquity. The Jewish priesthood in Pilate's time was organized into layers. The high priest, appointed but also constrained by Rome. Chief priests, many from powerful families. Temple priests, who conducted sacrifices and purification rites. Levites, responsible for music, guarding, and support tasks. Scribes, experts in law and sacred texts. These groups together formed a religious government that functioned alongside Roman administration. Generations of sacred authority. Pilate understood that the priesthood did not derive legitimacy from imperial favor, but from lineage, tradition, scripture, temple rituals, the trust of the people. This made their influence both deep and subtle, something Pilate had to treat with measured respect. Pilate's first meetings with the priestly elite. A formal welcome. Shortly after assuming office, Pilate met with the high priest, members of the Sanhedrin, scribes skilled in law, respected elders. They gathered in a stone hall near the palace in Caesarea, seated in a semicircle. Lamps flickered against pillars. The air held quiet formality, tone and tension. These meetings were polite but cautious. Pilate aimed to establish authority, convey Roman expectations, request cooperation, understand local sensibilities. The priests aimed to protect their jurisdiction, defend religious law, maintain access to the temple treasury, prevent disruptions to sacred customs. Neither side sought conflict, but neither extended blind trust. The temple, the sacred center Pilate could not enter. A place of utmost purity. Pilate never stepped inside the sacred temple courts. Roman officials were excluded to avoid desecration. Yet the temple shaped nearly every major decision he made. He had to consider ritual purity laws, festival calendars, sacred finances, sacrificial requirements, boundaries that could not be crossed. The temple's significance was not merely religious, it was political, cultural, and social. Administrating from a distance, Pilate governed through meetings with high priests, written communication, messengers who reported temple affairs, occasional involvement of temple guards. He remained aware that even small missteps involving the temple could ripple into widespread unrest. Handling temple finances, a quiet and complicated affair. The treasury and its guards. The temple treasury contained offerings, pilgrimage donations, funds for sacrifices, money for maintenance, charitable reserves. Pilate had limited authority here, but disputes sometimes reached him. Financial negotiations. Issues included paying for public works, temple repairs, disputes between priestly families, requests for Roman protection of funds. Pilate often sat in on calm but tense discussions, listening as priests debated how best to preserve both law and tradition. Interpreting Jewish law, a complex and subtle task. Cases involving religious questions. Pilate frequently received petitions involving inheritance disputes, dietary concerns, oaths and vows, Sabbath observance, purity and impurity, community conflicts tied to Scripture. He had to decide whether the case belonged to Jewish courts, whether Roman interests were affected, how to balance local custom with imperial law, seeking local guidance. Pilate occasionally asked scribes or elders to explain the meaning of passages, the nature of offenses, the implications for public peace. This willingness to listen helped avoid unnecessary conflict. Moments of tension when worlds collided. Symbolic offenses. Pilate learned quickly that certain actions, harmless in Roman eyes, were unacceptable in Judean culture. Conflicts arose when Roman standards bore emperor images. Military symbols entered sensitive areas. Funds from the temple were redirected. Soldiers acted with insensitivity near the temple. Pilate sometimes made missteps early in his tenure, and the priesthood responded with quiet but firm resistance. Calm negotiations in private rooms. When conflict arose, Pilate often met privately with high priests. Discussions unfolded softly. Calm voices. Measured arguments. References to Scripture. Appeals to Roman policy. Subtle reminders of public sentiment. Through dialogue, many potentially explosive issues dissolved before reaching the streets. The role of the Sanhedrin, a council Pilate had to respect. A body of influence. The Sanhedrin held authority over religious law, communal disputes, legal interpretation, maintaining social order, matters involving purity and festival preparation. Pilate's relationship with the council. Meetings were respectful, but formal. Pilate viewed the Sanhedrin as useful for maintaining order, attuned to local sentiment, deeply knowledgeable about the people, sometimes divided in internal politics. The council viewed Pilate as an outsider, a source of Roman power, necessary for certain decisions, sometimes unpredictable. Their interactions were a slow negotiation of boundaries. Festivals, sensitive seasons requiring harmony. Passover, Sukkot, and Shavuos. During pilgrim festivals, hundreds of thousands traveled to Jerusalem. Pilate needed to collaborate closely with priests to ensure crowd management, allocation of space, fairness in sacrificial access, prevention of conflict, readiness of temple guards. Festival seasons brought heightened emotion, spiritual intensity, Political awareness. Pilate often moved his residents to Jerusalem to remain close to potential issues, working together to preserve peace. Priests handled sacred matters. Pilate handled security. Together, they monitored crowds, addressed concerns quietly, resolved disputes between pilgrims, prevented disturbances from escalating. The high priesthood, Pilate's most important relationship. A position of power. The high priest was both the religious leader, the political mediator between Rome and Judea. Pilate met regularly with the high priest to discuss festival logistics, taxation concerns, disputes between priestly factions, matters involving Roman law, incidents requiring coordinated response. Mutual dependence. Though there were tensions, both needed each other. Pilate depended on the high priest for interpreting local sentiment, preventing unrest, cooperation during festivals. The high priest depended on Pilate for political legitimacy, protection from rivals, approval of certain decisions. Their relationship was fragile, but essential. Quiet moments of understanding. Soft conversations in shaded courtyards. There were times when Pilate and the priesthood found unexpected harmony. In shaded courtyards, beneath colonnades cooled by afternoon breezes, conversations turned reflective. Discussing justice. Weighing ethical dilemmas. Considering the province's future. Sharing concerns about unrest. Debating philosophical questions about law and duty. Though their worlds differed, both sides valued stability. A growing, cautious respect. Over time, Pilate developed a quiet respect for the priest's dedication, their discipline, their devotion to law, their ability to guide the people. He may not have shared their beliefs, but he could appreciate their commitment. A sleep-friendly closing evening in the high priest's courtyard. Imagine now the high priest's courtyard at dusk. Stone walls glow softly in the fading light. Cypress trees sway gently in the cool evening breeze. Servants light oil lamps along the walkway, each flame flickering like a small star. Pilate sits across from the high priest at a low table, a scroll unrolled between them. Their voices are calm, their movements slow. They discuss a minor dispute that arose earlier in the day, weighing its implications with care. Outside, the city's evening sounds drift upward. Footsteps on stone, distant market chatter winding down, the low murmur of families preparing for night. The conversation ends not in conflict, but in mutual understanding. As Pilate leaves the courtyard, the lamps glow behind him, illuminating the ancient traditions he must govern with patience. The night deepens, quiet and steady, offering a moment of calm before tomorrow's challenges. Let this peaceful image settle gently in your thoughts. Part 8. Pilate and Jerusalem. A city of layers, sacred tension, and quiet observation. When Pontius Pilate arrived in Jerusalem for the first time as governor, he entered a city unlike anything he had encountered in his years of Roman service. Jerusalem was not merely a provincial capital. It was a sacred center of extraordinary intensity, a city whose identity was shaped by centuries of prophecy, song, ritual, and memory. Every stone had a story. Every gate carried significance. Every festival gathered the emotions of entire generations into a single moment of devotion. Pilate, trained in Roman law, Roman order, and Roman urban ideals, approached the city with quiet caution. He sensed immediately that Jerusalem required a different kind of attention than Caesarea or other coastal cities. Its population was devout, watchful, and deeply protective of religious autonomy. For Pilate, managing the city meant moving gently through its cultural landscape and learning how political presence and sacred space intersected. Tonight, we walk with Pilate into this layered city, moving slowly through its gates, markets, hills, and narrow streets. We observe how he understood its rhythms, how he navigated its sensitivities, and how he sought calm authority in a place where the spiritual and political lived side by side. Let your breathing soften as this ancient city rises in your imagination, vivid but restful, steady but full of meaning. Jerusalem as Pilate first saw it, a city that gathered history into one place. Approaching from the west. When Pilate journeyed from Caesarea to Jerusalem, he traveled through the foothills of Judea, past groves of olive trees and terraces shaped by centuries of farming. The road to Jerusalem ascended steadily. Each curve revealed a wider view of the hills. As he neared the city, the white limestone walls appeared against the skyline, bright under the sun, softened in the morning haze. The city felt ancient even from a distance. Pilate sensed that what he was approaching was not merely a provincial town, but a living symbol for the people he governed. Sentries at the gates. Roman soldiers stood near the gates during festival seasons, but at other times, Judean guards and temple officials managed much of the flow. Pilate observed tradesmen bringing in baskets of olives and figs, families traveling to the city with offerings, elders wrapped in shawls, young apprentices carrying scrolls, pilgrims from distant villages ascending toward the temple. This movement gave the city a steady hum of life, not frantic, but purposeful and devotional. Jerusalem's heightened sensitivities. Pilate recognized immediately that Jerusalem was not like other cities. In Caesarea, people debated politics. In Jerusalem, people debated matters of law, purity, prophecy, and worship. The atmosphere carried an intensity that Pilate had to respect. Pilate's residence in Jerusalem, a strategic and symbolic position. The Praetorium. Pilate usually stayed in the Praetorium attached to the former Hasmonean palace. The structure had inner courtyards, colonnades, private chambers, and meeting halls. It was fortified but also elegant, designed to accommodate officials while projecting authority. From here, Pilate reviewed reports, held audiences, met with the high priest, oversaw festival preparations, monitored disturbances, issued orders to centurions. The residence offered a vantage point from which Pilate could observe the city without entering its sacred spaces. The Antonia Fortress. During festivals, Pilate often visited or temporarily occupied rooms in the Antonia Fortress, built near the temple complex. The fortress overlooked the temple courts, allowing Roman troops to respond quickly if needed. Pilate did not view the fortress as a place of interference, but as a stabilizing presence in moments of crowded worship. Walking the streets, Pilate's observations of Jerusalem's daily life. The narrow alleys and stone steps. Jerusalem's layout was not like Roman cities with grid-like streets. Instead, its pathways were carved organically over centuries. Pilate noted winding alleys, stairs carved into slopes, small courtyards with fig trees, houses with flat roofs, merchants standing in doorways calling out to customers. The city had a layered texture, shaped more by tradition than planning. The markets. Jerusalem's markets were lively but orderly. Pilate smelled freshly baked bread, roasted lamb, crushed herbs, baskets of dates and grapes, clay ovens radiating warm heat. He heard debates among scholars, the rhythm of chisels from stonecutters, the soft murmur of women exchanging goods, the metallic ring of copper vessels. Market life felt communal and ancient, anchored in rituals older than Rome itself. The Temple Mount, a sacred world Pilate observed but never entered. A separate and revered space. The temple was the spiritual center of Judea. Pilate was aware that Romans entering sacred courts would provoke deep outrage and possibly rebellion. For that reason, he stayed outside, observing from a respectful distance. He understood that the temple represented divine presence, national memory, spiritual authority, purity and sacred order, a legal and cultural anchor. To govern Judea, Pilate had to avoid any action that compromised the sanctity of the temple. Pilate's view from afar. From the Antonia fortress or his residence, Pilate saw priests in white garments, smoke rising from sacrifices, Levites singing psalms, long lines of pilgrims, money changers preparing offerings, temple guards maintaining calm. He understood the significance of these rituals even if he did not personally share the beliefs behind them. Meetings with the high priest in Jerusalem. Quiet negotiations. Pilate and the high priest often met in shaded rooms, away from public scrutiny. Conversations unfolded slowly. Topics included festival safety, disputes requiring Roman approval, concerns about false prophets, managing potential unrest, interpretation of laws that intersected with Roman policy. Pilate listened carefully, recognizing that misunderstanding even a single religious nuance could provoke tension. Mutual restraint. Pilate never attempted to dictate religious practice. The high priest avoided challenging Roman political authority. Their cooperation was built on caution and pragmatism. Jerusalem during festivals, crowds, joy, and heightened emotion. A city transformed. During Passover and other major festivals, Jerusalem overflowed. Tens of thousands arrived, filling streets, markets, courtyards, rooftops, temple courts. Pilate had to ensure that this emotional concentration did not lead to unrest. A balance of presence and restraint. Pilate increased Roman patrols but kept them discreet. Coordinated with the Sanhedrin. Avoided provocative displays of Roman symbols. Maintained a soft but steady watch. The goal was to support calm worship, not disrupt it. Pilate's reflections on Jerusalem, a city of intensity and beauty. Evening over the hills. Pilate often stood on balconies at dusk. He watched shadows lengthen across the rooftops and saw lamplight spread softly from home to home. The city glowed with quiet devotion. He felt the contrast between Roman order and Jewish faith, imperial authority and ancestral tradition, secular governance and sacred purpose. Jerusalem revealed to him the limitations of political power in the face of deep spiritual identity. A place that taught caution. Pilate learned that governing Jerusalem was not about force or efficiency. It was about sensitivity, patience, and understanding symbolic meaning. Every decision had to be weighed carefully. Every action carried historical echoes. Every festival carried generations of memory. Jerusalem was more than a city. It was a covenant etched into stone and spirit. A sleep-friendly closing, Jerusalem at night. Imagine Jerusalem as Pilate saw it at night. The air cools as the last embers of sunset disappear behind the hills. The city becomes quiet. Oil lamps flicker behind lattice windows. A soft breeze carries the scent of bread and cedar. From the temple courts, faint hymns drift into the darkness, steady and calm. Pilate stands on a balcony, watching the city settle into peaceful stillness. Despite the day's complexities, the night feels gentle. The weight of governance lightens for a moment. The ancient stones seem to breathe in the cool air. The sky stretches wide above the hills, full of stars. Let this calm image linger as you drift deeper into rest. Part 9. Pilate and the roads of Judea, caravans, travelers, and the quiet movement of an ancient province. Pontius Pilate governed a land that was always in motion. Judea was not isolated or still. It sat at a crossroads of continents and cultures, a land where travelers passed from Egypt to Syria, from the Mediterranean ports to the deserts of Arabia. The roads that wound through the hills and valleys carried merchants, pilgrims, officials, shepherds, and entire caravans of traders. These pathways shaped the life of the province in ways Pilate gradually came to understand, and they offered him a window into the daily activity of the people he governed. Travel in the ancient world was slow, rhythmic, and patient. Caravans moved like gentle waves across the landscape, steady and calm. Messengers on horseback rode with quiet determination. Families walked at a pace set by the youngest child. Along the roads, inns and springs offered places of rest. Roman milestones marked progress. In this chapter, we wander these roads with Pilate. We observe the travelers he encountered, the outposts that guarded them, and the peaceful flow of goods and stories through Judea. We move at the same unhurried pace as a caravan making its way through the countryside, letting each detail unfold softly. Settle in and let the landscape open around you. The roads of Judea, a network older than Rome. Ancient paths woven into hills and valleys. Long before Rome arrived, Judea already had an intricate system of roads shaped by shepherds guiding flocks, farmers traveling between fields and markets, pilgrims walking to Jerusalem, traders moving goods between towns, local traffic between villages. Rome improved these roads, making them straighter and more durable, but the patterns they followed were ancient. Stone markers and smooth dirt tracks. Pilate observed different types of pathways across the province. Wide stone-paved Roman roads near major towns. Hard-packed dirt routes through agricultural land. Narrow trails used by shepherds and villagers. Stepped pathways carved into steep hillsides. Each held its own rhythm and served its own purpose. Roads as vessels of daily life. To Pilate, the roads were not only infrastructure. They were threads that tied the province together, carrying news, commerce, and culture. Travelers Pilate encountered on his journeys. Merchants from near and far. Merchants traveled constantly, their carts loaded with olive oil, wine, pottery, grain, dried figs, wool, dyed cloth, imported goods like spices or glassware. Pilate often passed them on his way between Caesarea and Jerusalem. Their careful organization and steady pace impressed him. Pilgrims making sacred journeys. During festival seasons, Pilate saw lines of pilgrims stretching along the roads, singing softly as they approached Jerusalem. Their clothing, accents, and customs revealed how far they had come. Pilate recognized families walking together, elders supported by younger relatives, groups of scholars reciting scripture as they traveled, caravans from Galilee carrying instruments for worship. The roads became rivers of devotion. Nomadic travelers from the desert, Arab traders and nomadic shepherds traveled with camels across the southern routes. Pilate sometimes saw them at wells, their animals kneeling patiently as the travelers drank. Their presence reminded him that Judea was a gateway between settled lands and vast deserts. Roman couriers and officials. Imperial messengers moved quickly along major roads. Their disciplined pace stood out in contrast to the gentle wandering of caravans and families. Pilate relied on these couriers for rapid communication. Roman outposts along the roads. Small forts that guarded movement. Along major routes, Pilate's administration maintained modest outposts. Stone towers. Small courtyards. Rooms for soldiers. Wells for water. Storage chambers for grain. These outposts did not feel imposing. They were quiet guardians of the roads, offering shelter to travelers in need. The gentle routine of road patrols. Road patrols were calm and methodical. Soldiers rode or marched at steady intervals, checking for signs of bandits, assisting travelers, inspecting bridges and milestones, relaying information between towns. Pilate received reports from these patrols every few days, a simple rhythm that helped him maintain order. Inns and resting places, the quiet hospitality of the province. Caravanserais and local inns. Travelers often rested at inns built along major routes. Pilate sometimes glimpsed these places when he stopped for water or rested horses. Inns offered shaded courtyards, rooms with simple bedding, meals of bread, lentils, and olives, stables for animals, protected spaces for storing goods. The atmosphere was warm and communal. Strangers shared meals and stories around low tables. Home hospitality in villages. In smaller villages, hospitality was a cultural expectation. Pilate observed families welcoming travelers into courtyards, women offering water from clay jars, elders inviting guests to share evening meals, children gathering to hear stories from distant regions. This generosity impressed Pilate, who came from a more formal Roman tradition. Pilate's administrative interest in the roads. Maintaining infrastructure. The condition of the roads influenced everything. Travel time between cities. Movement of troops. Speed of communication. Efficiency of trade. Stability across the province. Pilate therefore invested time and resources into repairing damaged sections, clearing debris after storms, reinforcing bridges, updating milestones, inspecting routes before festivals, understanding the province through travel. By traveling frequently, Pilate gained a clearer sense of the province's geography. The gentle slopes of Judea, the fertile valleys near Jericho, the rocky hills surrounding Jerusalem, the coastal plains near Caesarea. The gradual rise from the Mediterranean to the central plateau. These journeys helped him make decisions with greater awareness. Caravans and trade, the soft pulse of Judea's economy. Slow-moving, deeply organized. Caravans moved at the pace of their slowest animal, creating a calm procession that could stretch for hundreds of meters. Pilate observed. Camels swaying rhythmically. Donkeys carrying baskets. Drivers guiding animals with soft calls. Traders walking beside carts. Hired guards watching the shadows for danger. Trade was not frantic. It was patient and methodical. Goods moving through the province. From north to south, east to west, Pilate saw goods move such as balsam from Jericho, fish from the Sea of Galilee, wool from the highlands, dates from the Jordan Valley, wines from the Mediterranean coast, imported spices from Arabia or India. Judea thrived on exchange. The quiet competence of traders. Pilate respected the professionalism of caravan leaders, who knew routes, wells, resting places, seasonal hazards, bandit hiding spots, safe paths through narrow passes. These traders formed a network of informal knowledge across the land. Life on the roads. A gentle rhythm. Morning departures. Caravans usually set out at dawn. Pilate often saw them emerging from villages with dew on their cloaks. Cool morning air carrying the sound of bells. Soft crunching of dirt paths under hooves. Sun rising slowly over distant hills. The mornings felt peaceful and full of promise. Midday rest. During the heat of the day, travelers rested under trees or near wells. Pilate saw groups gathered in the shade, sharing bread, figs, water, stories. Simple moments of silence. This midday pause gave the province a deep sense of calm. Evening encampments. As the sun set, caravans formed encampments. Tents raised quietly. Cooking fires lit. Animals tied gently to posts. Traders speaking softly around the flames. These scenes reminded Pilate of Roman military camps, but with a gentler rhythm. The roads as a reflection of Judean culture. Movement rooted in faith. Many travelers were motivated by religious devotion. Journeys to Jerusalem. Visits to sacred sites. Pilgrimages during festivals. Pilate saw how deeply faith shaped the rhythms of travel. Movement rooted in family. Families often traveled for weddings, funerals, trade agreements, visits to relatives. These journeys tied communities together. Movement rooted in work. Tradesmen, farmers, and artisans used the roads to sustain their livelihoods. Pilate respected this industriousness. A sleep-friendly closing, a road beneath the evening sky. Imagine Pilate standing at the edge of a road in the Judean countryside as evening settles in. The sky is painted in soft shades of amber and pale violet. A caravan travels slowly toward a distant village, the steady sound of hooves blending with the quiet breeze. Lamps begin to glow behind the hills. The air cools gently. Pilate watches the caravan disappear into the twilight, feeling the calm rhythm of the province move around him. The land is peaceful. The roads stretch forward like slow, ancient rivers connecting every village and every story. Let that quiet image carry you deeper into rest. Part 10. Pilate and the coastal world, Caesarea Maritima, sea winds, and the calm heart of Roman administration. While Jerusalem was the spiritual center of Judea, Caesarea Maritima was its administrative and political heart. For Pontius Pilate, Caesarea was not only his official residence. It was the place where he felt most at home, where Roman architecture met Mediterranean breezes, where the empire's presence felt clear and stable, and where the rhythm of daily governance unfolded with quiet confidence. Compared to the intense spiritual atmosphere of Jerusalem, Caesarea offered Pilate a sense of calm and familiarity. In this chapter, we drift gently into Pilate's life in Caesarea. We explore the soft sound of waves breaking against the harbor walls, the orderly colonnades of the palace, the steady routines of Roman officials, and the peaceful evenings overlooking the sea. We will move slowly through courtyards, gardens, archives, and meeting halls, letting each scene unfold with a tranquil, sleep-friendly cadence. Settle in, breathe deeply, and allow the warm, coastal world of Caesarea to open before you. Caesarea Maritima, a Roman jewel on Judea's coast. A city built to impress. Caesarea was originally built by Herod the Great as a tribute to Roman power. By Pilate's time, it had become a striking blend of local influences and imperial design. The city featured a deep-water harbor called Sebastos, majestic temples dedicated to Roman gods, baths warmed by hypercourse systems, broad stone-paved streets, impressive aqueducts stretching across the plains, a grand amphitheater overlooking the sea. Pilate appreciated the city for both its function and its beauty. The harbor and the sound of the sea. Sebastos harbor was one of Pilate's favorite places. He often walked along the breakwaters at dawn or sunset, listening to wooden masts creaking, ropes tapping gently against ships, small waves lapping against the stone, gulls gliding overhead with soft calls, sailors speaking quietly as they prepared their vessels. The harbor reminded Pilate of the wider empire, connecting Judea to Egypt, Cyprus, Greece, and Rome. A calm atmosphere compared to Jerusalem. Where Jerusalem felt ancient and spiritually charged, Caesarea felt modern, orderly, and familiar to a Roman governor. Pilate could relax into Roman customs here without worrying about religious sensitivities. This contrast shaped his daily routines. Pilate's residence, the Praetorium by the sea. Architecture that echoed Rome. Pilate lived in a palace built on the ruins of Herod's grand estate. The residence included marble colonnades, mosaic floors, spacious courtyards, council rooms, archives filled with scrolls, balconies overlooking the Mediterranean Sea. The design brought Pilate a sense of ease. He could walk through its halls and feel connected to the rhythms of Roman life. Morning light through marble columns. Pilate preferred to begin each day early. As the sun rose, soft golden light filtered through the columns of the courtyard. Servants moved quietly, preparing water for washing and arranging writing tablets for the day's work. Pilate often paused in this stillness, appreciating the gentle transition from darkness to dawn. The administrative routine, calm governance in a coastal setting. Meetings with advisors. Pilate's mornings involved discussions with the chief financial officer of the province, reviews with legal advisors, consultations with military commanders, updates from scribes and archivists. correspondence with the imperial administration in Anshore, Rome. These meetings unfolded in a quiet, measured tone. Pilate valued clarity and avoided unnecessary urgency, overseeing the province from a distance. Caesarea was the administrative center, meaning Pilate could manage most affairs without traveling constantly. Records were kept in careful order, including tax registers, census records, land disputes, legal summaries, trade reports, military inventories. Pilate reviewed these documents while seated beside open windows facing the sea. The steady sound of waves helped him think more clearly. A staff of skilled scribes. Pilate relied on scribes who wrote on wax tablets for temporary notes, parchment scrolls for longer records, papyrus sheets for official correspondence. The soft scratch of styluses created a gentle background sound in his offices. Pilate's relationship with the local population in Caesarea. A mixed coastal city. Caesarea had a diverse population, including Romans, Greeks, Samaritans, Judeans, Phoenicians, travelers from across the Mediterranean. This diversity sometimes created tension, but it also made the city lively and cosmopolitan. Pilate observing market life. From the palace balconies, Pilate often looked down toward the markets, hearing the clatter of pottery, the calls of vendors selling fish and vegetables, the laughter of children running between stalls, the rhythmic pounding of cloth makers, the warm conversations of neighbors greeting one another. Market life here felt relaxed compared to the more spiritually charged atmosphere in Jerusalem. Public works and civic pride. Pilate oversaw continued improvements to aqueducts, roads, the amphitheater, harbor infrastructure, drainage systems. These projects helped strengthen the city's connection to Roman culture and brought Pilate a sense of accomplishment. The sea as Pilate's companion. The Mediterranean's calm presence. The sea became one of Pilate's deepest sources of quiet. Its presence softened the weight of governance. He often walked along the palace's seaside promenade at dawn or dusk, observing gentle ripples across the water, shifting colors in the sky, fishermen returning with nets full of silvery catch, distant sails approaching the harbor, soft breezes carrying the scent of salt and seaweed. These moments helped Pilate reflect more clearly on the challenges of governing Judea. Evenings on the balcony. At night, Pilate enjoyed sitting on the balcony outside his residence. The darkness was peaceful. Lamps flickered along the harbor. The distant sound of waves lulled him into calm contemplation. These evenings were among Pilate's most cherished moments. Cultural events. The amphitheater and public gatherings. Roman entertainment. Caesarea's amphitheater hosted theatrical plays, public announcements, celebrations of imperial birthdays, musical performances, occasional athletic games. Pilate attended some events to maintain visibility. He watched calmly, appreciating the artistry and the public joy surrounding the performances. A contrast to Judean customs. Pilate understood that such entertainments did not appeal to the Judean population. For this reason, he kept public displays limited and avoided imposing Roman festivals where they would offend. Pilate's internal reflections in Caesarea. Moments of solitude. Pilate sometimes struggled with the cultural complexity of Judea. In Caesarea, he allowed himself time to reflect, reviewing decisions, preparing for festival seasons, considering political dynamics, thinking about his family in Rome, recalling earlier years of service. The peaceful coastal environment helped clear his mind. The weight of responsibility. Though calm on the surface, Pilate knew that every decision he made could influence the entire province. He approached each choice with careful thought, guided by the quiet discipline he had developed over years of Roman service. A sleep-friendly closing, the sea at twilight. Imagine Caesarea as Pilate saw it at twilight. The sky fades into soft blues and purples as the sun sinks behind the horizon. Lamps begin to glow along the harbor. Merchants close their stalls. Fishermen untie boats for night fishing. The air cools, carrying the gentle scent of the sea. Pilate stands on his balcony, listening to the rhythmic sound of waves brushing against the shore. The day's administrative worries settle into the background. The sea stretches silently into the darkness, vast and calm. As night deepens, the palace grows quiet. The stars reflect on the water. The entire city slows into peaceful stillness. Let that image guide your thoughts into gentle rest. Part 11. Pilate and the Roman household, servants, family letters, and the quiet inner world of a governor's private life. Pilate's public life had its rhythms of law, administration, negotiation, and diplomacy, yet behind these formal responsibilities was a quieter, private world. His household in Caesarea was more than a residence. It was a self-contained community of servants, clerks, attendants, guards, and freedmen who carried out the daily tasks that supported the governor's work. Within these walls, Pilate experienced moments of solitude, glimpses of humanity, and a sense of routine that helped anchor him through the complexities of governing Judea. In this chapter, we move gently into the private sphere of Pilate's life. We observe the rooms where he rested, the servants who moved with quiet discipline, the letters he exchanged with his family in Rome, and the small domestic rituals that offered him calm in an otherwise demanding world. This is a softer side of the prefect, rarely examined by history, but essential to understanding the man who held such a heavy role in a restless land. Find a comfortable position and let the gentle rhythm of this chapter guide your thoughts toward rest. The Roman household, a network of quiet support. A self-contained community. Pilate's residence was not an empty palace. It was a small world of individuals who served, worked, and lived behind its walls. The household included cooks who prepared meals before dawn, attendants who arranged robes and belts, scribes who organized scrolls on wooden shelves, freedmen who handled correspondence and accounts, guards who kept watch at night, stable hands who cared for horses, servants who cleaned floors and carried water, physicians who monitored the health of staff and governor. Each person had a role, and each role contributed to the palace's quiet order. Respect and distance. Pilate was not harsh toward his household staff, but he maintained the distance expected of a Roman official. His authority was clear, yet he understood the importance of harmony within his home. Servants moved with calm discipline, aware of the sensitivity of the governor's position. Their respect for him came from routine familiarity. They saw Pilate as both an authority figure and a constant presence, someone who lived behind the same walls and shared the same daily cycles of morning light and evening quiet. The private chambers ate a world of stillness. Pilate's sleeping room. Pilate's sleeping quarters were among the most quiet places in the palace. The room had a bed made of carved wood with soft blankets, a small table for lamps, a chest for personal items, a window overlooking the sea or palace courtyard, woven floor coverings that softened the sound of steps. The room held an atmosphere of calm. Its simplicity helped Pilate settle after long days of administrative demands. Moments before sleep, Pilate often ended his nights by reviewing a letter, reading a philosophical passage, listening to the faint sound of waves, breathing steadily in the cool night air, watching shadows shift across the walls. Sleep came to him more easily in Caesarea than in Jerusalem. The coastal calm softened the sharp edges of governance. Meals shared in quiet rooms. Simple but comforting food. Pilate's meals reflected Roman preferences but incorporated local ingredients. A typical dinner might include roasted fish from the harbor, bread dipped in olive oil, figs or grapes, seasoned lentils, herbs from palace gardens, wine mixed with water. Meals were modest and usually taken in private rooms with a few trusted attendants. Evening calm. Dinner was often one of the most peaceful times of Pilate's day. He ate slowly, savoring the moment of quiet that allowed his mind to settle before evening tasks. Attendants remained nearby but silent and less spoken to. This stillness created a soothing rhythm within the household. Letters from Rome, Pilate's connection to home. Messages carried across the sea. Pilate's wife and friends in Rome occasionally sent letters by ship, carried first to Mediterranean ports, then transported by couriers to Caesarea. These letters contained family updates, news of politics, personal encouragement, small details of daily Roman life. Receiving them brought Pilate a sense of warmth that contrasted with his demanding role. Pilate's own letters. In return, Pilate wrote careful descriptions of provincial life, reports of administrative challenges, reflections on Judean customs, updates about health and household affairs, quiet expressions of longing for home. He wrote in a calm tone, choosing words that conveyed thoughtful assurance despite the province's complexities. A bridge between two worlds. These letters reminded Pilate of Roman culture, memories from youth, family obligations, philosophical ideals learned long ago. They helped him remain grounded, offering a sense of continuity amid the uncertainty of frontier governance. Conversations with household staff. Small moments of humanity. Although Pilate maintained formal distance, he occasionally shared short conversations with servants who had attended him for years. Topics included weather on the coast, conditions of the roads, news from markets, small requests or concerns about household duties. These exchanges were brief but meaningful. They reminded Pilate that behind the machinery of governance was a network of individuals who worked quietly to support the province in their own way. Admiration for skill. Pilate took quiet satisfaction in the competence of his staff. Cooks who prepared meals flawlessly. Scribes who produced tidy, organized notes. Attendants who anticipated needs. Guards who maintained calm vigilance. Their quiet professionalism brought him peace. Household rituals that brought peace. The lighting of lamps. As evening fell, servants lit oil lamps one by one throughout the palace. Their warm glow softened the shadows and created a calming atmosphere that Pilate found soothing. The scent of olive oil burning became part of the nightly rhythm of the household. Baths and the warmth of water. Pilate often bathed in the palace baths before resting. The warm water eased tension from his shoulders and quieted his thoughts. Bathing was not simply hygiene. It was a daily ritual of renewal that helped him transition from work to rest. Garden walks. The palace gardens held date palms, fragrant herbs, flowering shrubs, shaded stone pathways. Pilate sometimes walked there in the late afternoon, reflecting on decisions made earlier in the day. The natural beauty of the garden offered a welcome quiet space. Household challenges and calm solutions. Illness or injury. From time to time, servants became ill or suffered minor injuries. The palace physician treated them with herbal remedies, poultices, or rest. Pilate provided resources when needed, understanding that a stable household required care and support. Disagreements between staff. Occasionally two servants would disagree about duties or responsibilities. The household steward managed these matters with calm mediation, ensuring harmony without troubling the governor. Unexpected events. Storms, shortages of certain foods, or delays in shipments could cause logistical issues. Yet the household adapted with quiet competence, adjusting routines with minimal disruption to Pilate's life. Pilate's moments of solitude. The weight of governance. Pilate carried the responsibility of maintaining peace in a sensitive province. Yet, in the quiet of his chambers or the stillness of the garden, he allowed himself moments of reflection. He thought about Rome and its vastness, the complexities of Judea, the wisdom of older mentors from his youth, the unpredictable course of political fortune, his desire for stability in the province. These thoughts came slowly and softly, without sharp anxiety. Looking at the sea. Pilate often paused at windows or walked onto the balcony at night. The dark expanse of the Mediterranean stretched endlessly before him. The sea's calm rhythm made his own thoughts gentler. A sleep-friendly closing, the household settles for the night. Imagine Pilate's palace at night. The corridors grow quiet as servants complete their tasks. Lamps burn low, their warm light reflecting off marble floors. Outside, the sea whispers against the shore. A cool breeze moves softly through open windows. Pilate sits at his table, finishing a letter to his wife. He seals the scroll, places it carefully in a wooden case, and exhales slowly. The burdens of the day rest behind him. The steady breath of the household surrounds him like a gentle tide. Eventually he lies down in his quiet chamber, listening to the faint sound of waves. The palace sleeps. The province sleeps. And Pilate, for a few hours, finds peace. Let this soft image guide your mind gently toward rest. Part 12. Pilate and the soldiers' families, quiet lives beside the garrison, children at play, and the domestic world behind Roman military walls. Although the Roman military presence in Judea is often imagined as rigid and severe, the world surrounding the garrisons was surprisingly gentle. Soldiers did not live only as warriors. Many had families, partners, or long-term companions who lived near the forts and outposts. Even those who were not legally married often formed stable households with local women or partners from other parts of the empire. Children played outside barracks walls. Vendors brought food and cloth. Washerwomen worked along riverbanks. Life grew quietly around the military in a way history rarely describes. Pilate, as prefect, often observed these families during his visits to military posts. He learned that behind every helmet and shield was a personal story. Behind every disciplined patrol was a soldier who wrote letters home, bought treats for children, or worried quietly about a spouse's health. These domestic worlds shaped the emotional atmosphere of the province more than official records ever revealed. Tonight, we step gently into these quieter corners of Roman military life. We explore the homes near the barracks, the small communities that grew beside the soldiers, and the soft humanity that lived quietly behind the structured discipline of imperial forces. Let this peaceful slice of ancient life ease your mind as we enter another sleep-friendly chapter. Domestic life beside the garrison, communities that formed naturally. The neighborhoods around military posts. Roman forts were often surrounded by small civilian communities called canabi. These were not official towns, yet they grew organically over time. They contained simple homes of wood, stone, or mud brick. Workshops where blacksmiths repaired tools. Small food stalls selling bread, olives, and grilled fish. Taverns that served watered wine. Stalls offering cloth, sandals, and pottery. Families who had followed soldiers from distant provinces. Local women who had partnered with Roman servicemen. These settlements were far more peaceful than the image of a military frontier suggests. A blending of cultures. In these communities, Pilate sometimes observed a mixture of languages. Latin spoken by administrators. Greek used for trade. Aramaic spoken by locals. Accents from Gaul, Thrace, or Syria. Laughter and conversation shared regardless of origin. The canabi reflected a microcosm of the empire. Children at play. Children ran freely between barracks and homes. Their games included rolling wooden hoops, playing with pets, carving small figures out of softwood, chasing one another around wells, imitating soldiers' drills with sticks as pretend spears. Their laughter softened the edges of military life. Pilate's visits to outposts, observing the human side of the army. A governor among families. Whenever Pilate visited a garrison, families often gathered at a respectful distance, watching the procession of the prefect and his aides. Pilate would see wives or partners holding infants. Older children standing proudly beside their fathers. Young boys staring wide-eyed at Roman uniforms. Washerwomen pausing their work to look toward the arriving officials. These moments reminded Pilate that the soldiers were not simply instruments of the state. They were fathers, sons, brothers, or companions in households that depended on their safety. Conversations with senior officers. Pilate sometimes discussed the well-being of soldiers' families with centurions. Topics included access to clean water, fair distribution of grain, safety around outposts, disputes in the canabi, provision of medical care. Pilate took a practical interest in creating stability beyond strictly military matters. A reassuring presence. Pilate knew that showing concern for the families of soldiers strengthened loyalty. A content household supported a content soldier. Daily work of families connected to the military. Washerwomen along the river banks. One of the most common sights near military camps was the group of women washing clothes in nearby streams. They scrubbed tunics and cloaks against smooth stones while chatting quietly. Their voices formed a soft rhythm that echoed across the water. Pilate occasionally passed by such scenes during inspections. The calm, steady work left a peaceful impression on him. Vendors and craftsmen. Around the barracks, Pilate saw bakers selling fresh bread, potters shaping small bowls and jars, blacksmiths repairing buckles or nails, women weaving cloth, children assisting in small tasks, farmers bringing baskets of produce. The military economy supported a wide network of artisans and laborers. Partnered lives and shared responsibilities. Many soldiers lived with women who were not officially Roman wives, since Roman law did not grant soldiers legal marriage until later reforms. Yet these partnerships were stable, loving, and quietly accepted. These women cooked meals, kept homes, cared for children, and provided emotional grounding for men who lived disciplined lives. Pilate respected these arrangements. He understood their practicality and emotional importance. Children of the camp, a world of innocence beside the military. Learning by watching. Children living near military posts often watched their fathers or older male relatives drill in formation. They learned discipline by observation. Some imitated the movements with surprising accuracy. Pilate saw small groups of children practicing formations with sticks, attempting to match their father's precision. The sight often brought a soft, unexpected feeling of warmth to the prefect's otherwise formal demeanor. Education and play. Children learned in informal ways. Mothers or caregivers taught basic reading or counting. Elders told stories of distant homelands. Soldiers taught simple exercises or games. Local teachers sometimes offered instruction for a small fee. Children from different cultures learned each other's words. Play remained the heart of childhood. Even near barracks, children's laughter created an atmosphere of life and renewal. Women of the canopy, strength and quiet leadership. Managing households. Women around the camps managed procurement of food, preparation of meals, care of children, weaving and mending clothes, small trade activities, household finances. Their work sustained the entire community, supporting soldiers emotionally. These women often provided emotional stability for soldiers who faced long periods away from home. Pilate saw greetings filled with relief when soldiers returned from patrol. Quiet conversations during evening meals. Hands resting gently on shoulders after long shifts. Patient care during illness or injury. Such scenes reminded Pilate that the empire rested not only on legions but on the families supporting them. Leadership roles in daily life. Women took leading roles in organizing food distribution, settling small disputes among neighbors, caring for orphans or abandoned children, assisting midwives, managing communal work such as washing and weaving. Pilate recognized that these women formed the backbone of these communities. Medical care and healing. The physician's role. Each garrison had a medicus, or physician. He treated minor injuries, infections, fevers, childbirth complications, injuries from labor, common childhood illnesses. Women often assisted as midwives or caretakers, creating a collaborative healing network. Herbal knowledge. Local herbs were used for soothing headaches, easing muscle strain, calming stomach ailments, treating skin irritations, assisting with sleep. Pilate saw that healing in the canopy blended Roman techniques and local traditions. Celebrations and moments of joy. Simple festivals. Families near the garrison held their own small celebrations, which included shared meals, music made with flutes and small drums, children dancing in circles, storytelling under the evening sky. Pilate occasionally approved small stipends for these informal gatherings, knowing they strengthened morale. Welcoming soldiers home. When patrols returned from long assignments, families greeted them with warm embraces, cheers from children, small garlands of flowers, shared food, laughter and tears. Pilate found these scenes quietly moving. The emotional landscape of the canopy. Calm and stability. Despite occasional hardships, these communities were marked by cooperation, routine, mutual support, shared identity, quiet affection among families. This stability supported the Roman mission in Judea more effectively than force ever could. Pilate's private reflection. Pilate often felt more ease among these households than in the political halls of Jerusalem. Here, life felt human and steady, unburdened by theological debate or political tension. He sometimes reflected on the resilience of families, the innocence of children, the quiet strength found in daily rituals, the universal desire for peace and stability. These reflections softened his view of the province. A sleep-friendly closing, a night near the garrison. Imagine night falling over a Roman outpost. The air cools as stars appear above the hills. Lamps glow in small windows. Families settle into their homes. A mother hums softly while preparing children for sleep. A soldier removes his armor and sits beside his partner, their voices quiet as they share simple stories from the day. Nearby, a group of children finish their evening play, laughing softly as they head indoors. Pilate stands a short distance away, watching the peaceful scene. The camp is calm. The families are safe. The province rests. Let this gentle image guide you into a deeper state of calm. Part 13. Pilate and the Galilean North, quiet villages, lake shores, and the gentle rhythm of rural life. Although Pilate governed Judea from Caesarea and frequently oversaw Jerusalem during festivals, a great portion of the province lay far to the north. This northern region, known as Galilee, was peaceful, fertile, and lightly Romanized compared to the southern territories. It was a world of fishing villages, terraced hills, and long quiet trails that wound through olive groves and fields of grain. When Pilate traveled northward to inspect roads, settle disputes, or meet local officials, he entered an environment very different from the intense spiritual atmosphere of Jerusalem or the coastal sophistication of Caesarea. Galilee held a gentler rhythm. Its people were independent and hardworking, shaped by generations of simple living and close connection to the land. For Pilate, trips to Galilee offered a kind of reprieve from the political tensions of the south. The air felt lighter. The hills rolled softly toward the lake. The atmosphere seemed warmer and more harmonious. Though he never fully understood the spiritual identity of Judea, he recognized that Galilee carried its own quiet strength. Tonight, let us walk slowly beside Pilate as he journeys into the northern countryside. We follow him to the lakeshore, into small towns, through fields tended by families, and into the relaxed markets that made the region flourish. Each scene unfolds softly, guiding your thoughts into peaceful rest. The journey north, soft hills and winding paths. Leaving the coastal plains. Pilate usually began his northern journeys from Caesarea. The route carried him inland across low green plains. Fields of barley swaying gently in the breeze. Scattered farmhouses with small courtyards. Shepherds walking slowly beside their flocks. Groups of merchants traveling with donkeys. The road rose gradually into higher terrain. As he ascended, the air grew cooler and the horizon opened to reveal rolling hills. Gentle transitions in landscape. Pilate's retinue often traveled at a measured pace. They stopped to water horses at springs and to speak with local officials in small way stations. Along the road, Pilate noticed oak trees offering shade near crossroads. Women gathering herbs along the hillside. Stone terracing built by families across generations. Villagers carrying baskets of figs toward markets. Boys guiding oxen along narrow paths. The land felt ancient yet vibrant, shaped by the rhythms of nature rather than the strict lines of Roman architecture. Galilean villages, life rooted in simplicity. Stone houses and courtyards. Most Galilean villages were small clusters of stone houses with flat roofs. Shared courtyards shaded by grapevines. Communal ovens built for baking bread. Narrow lanes worn smooth by generations of feet. Olive presses built into the edges of homes. Pilate found these villages calm and welcoming, though he approached them with the formality befitting a Roman governor. Hospitality and practical courtesy. Local leaders greeted Pilate with quiet respect. Their hospitality was not extravagant, but sincere. He was offered cool water drawn from deep cisterns, ripe fruit from nearby orchards, freshly baked bread with herbs, a shaded place to sit while discussing matters. These simple gestures softened Pilate's view of the region. Daily work in the villages. Galilean families worked side by side in tasks such as pruning grapevines, harvesting olives, spinning wool, repairing fishing nets, tending goats and sheep, grinding grain, trimming fig trees, building low stone walls. The rhythm of their days appeared peaceful to Pilate, though he knew their lives also held hard labor and uncertainty. The Sea of Galilee, a calm world of water and light. Approaching the lake. The moment Pilate first saw the Sea of Galilee remains a vivid memory in his mind. The lake stretched out beneath soft hills, its surface shimmering in shades of blue and silver. The wind carried a fresh scent from the water. Pilate paused to take in the view. The lake's beauty had a peaceful power that even a Roman official could not ignore. Fishing villages along the shore. Along the water's edge were towns with boats pulled onto shore. Wooden piers stretching into the lake. Families mending nets. Merchants weighing freshly caught fish. Children playing along the shoreline. Fishermen preparing for journeys at dawn or dusk. Pilate observed these scenes with quiet interest. He felt the simplicity and sincerity of their lifestyle. The quiet soundscape of the lake. The lake produced sounds distinct from the bustling markets of Jerusalem. Pilate heard soft waves brushing against boats. The muted thump of wooden oars. Gulls gliding overhead. Fishermen calling to one another. The rustle of reeds along the shore. These gentle sounds created a tranquil atmosphere, perfect for thoughtful reflection. Fishermen and their routine, the heartbeat of Galilee. Setting out before dawn. Pilate sometimes watched fishermen preparing their boats in the early morning. Lanterns flickered as they loaded. Ropes. Weighted nets. Clay vessels for storing fish. Small knives and tools. Baskets lined with leaves. As dawn colored the lake in pale pink and gold, the boats glided silently into deeper waters. The labor of fishing. Fishing was difficult but rewarding work. Pilate watched as crews cast nets in wide arcs, pulled ropes hand over hand, hauled shimmering fish armboard, repaired tiers in their nets, cooperated with steady, practiced movements. He admired their skill, even if he did not fully understand their traditions. Returning at sunset. Families gathered at the shoreline to greet returning boats. Children ran excitedly toward the water. Women checked their baskets. The air held a calm sense of completion. Pilate found these scenes deeply human, reminders that Judea was not defined only by tensions but by families working quietly to sustain themselves. Galilean markets, a softer version of commerce. Small town markets. Market days in Galilee were lively but without the intensity Pilate felt in Jerusalem. Stalls offered jars of honey, baskets of olives, dried fish from the lake, fragrant herbs, woven cloth, pottery with simple patterns, figs, pomegranates, and grapes. People greeted one another warmly. Conversations flowed easily. Families shopped together. Pilate's quiet observations. Pilate often visited markets not to buy goods but to understand local needs. He noticed fair pricing practices, community-based trade, simple measures and weights, cooperative relationships, fewer disputes than in larger cities. These markets reflected a lifestyle grounded in trust. Local councils and administration. Meetings with elders. Each town had a small council of elders who managed boundary disputes, water access, community funds, minor legal matters, preparations for festivals, care for vulnerable members of the village. Pilate respected their wisdom and rarely interfered unless Roman interests required it. Pilate's administrative role in the north. When Pilate traveled through Galilee, he monitored condition of roads, tax collection fairness, safety from bandits, harvest quality, conditions of Roman outposts. He preferred to keep his presence light, trusting local governance whenever possible. The cultural identity of Galilee. Independent yet cooperative. Galileans were known for their independence but also for their sense of community. They did not seek confrontation with Rome but valued their traditions. Pilate sensed their resilience and quiet pride. Faith and tradition. Galilean life was deeply shaped by synagogue gatherings, storytelling, teaching of scripture, familial rituals, seasonal observances, strong moral frameworks. Pilate observed these customs with respectful distance. Pilate's reflections during northern journeys. A softer province. Each time Pilate traveled north, he felt Judea's complexity ease slightly. The political tension of Jerusalem faded. The administrative pressures of Caesarea softened. Galilee offered harmony, fresh air, natural beauty, quiet industriousness, a sense of peace. These journeys reminded Pilate of the quieter values of life he rarely encountered in the southern cities. The governor watching sunset on the lake. Pilate often paused near the water at dusk. The sky glowed in shades of gold, rose, and lavender. Fishermen finished their work. Families cooked simple meals in courtyard ovens. The calmness of these scenes softened Pilate's mind. He often lingered, absorbing the quiet beauty before continuing on his official path. A sleep-friendly closing, twilight over the Galilean hills. Imagine Pilate standing near the shore of the lake as evening settles. The water reflects the fading light like a sheet of glass. Fishermen haul their nets for the final time. Children gather reeds along the shore. A gentle breeze moves through the olive trees. Smoke from small hearth fires rises softly into the sky. Pilate listens to the calm murmur of voices and feels a rare peacefulness. The hills darken. Lamps glow inside simple homes. The lake grows still. Let this scene remain in your thoughts, guiding you into a deeper rest. Part 14. Pilate and the Desert Frontier. Silence, dust, watchtowers, and the stillness of remote Judea. While much of Pontius Pilate's work occurred in bustling administrative centers or sacred cities, there were times when his duties carried him far from the noise and movement of crowds. The eastern edge of Judea bordered a world of open plains, rocky ridges, and wide stretches of desert. Here the land held a quiet that was deeper than anything Pilate experienced in Jerusalem or Caesarea. It was a quiet shaped by wind, sun, and the distant calls of desert birds. It was a quiet that stretched endlessly across the horizon. Pilate did not travel to the frontier often, but when he did, he found himself in a landscape where time seemed to slow. The desert taught him patience. It taught him humility. It revealed the remarkable endurance of the people who lived in its shadow and the soldiers who guarded its edges. These journeys were physically demanding but spiritually calming in ways Pilate had never expected. Tonight we follow Pilate into this remote environment. We walk beside him as he observes border posts, speaks with desert communities, surveys the harsh beauty of the wilderness, and reflects on the fragile line between order and vulnerability. Each step into this quiet land brings a deeper sense of stillness. Let the desert wind, the open sky, and the soft glow of distant fires settle your thoughts as we explore this gentle and contemplative chapter. The road to the frontier, slow, steady, and surrounded by silence. Leaving the cultivated lands. As Pilate traveled eastward from Jerusalem or Jericho, the cultivated fields gradually vanished. Olive trees thinned out. Small villages became sparse. The air grew drier. Each mile brought fewer signs of settled life. Pilate often rode with a small escort of cavalry, their horses kicking up soft dust in the morning light. The world around them became quiet, almost weightless. For long stretches, they rode without seeing another traveler. Shifting colors of the landscape. The frontier was not simply barren. It was full of subtle shades that Pilate came to appreciate. Pale gold sands. Soft gray rock formations. Reddish cliffs warmed by sunlight. Tufts of desert plants holding onto scarce water. Faint green near hidden springs. These colors change gently throughout the day, influenced by the position of the sun and the movement of thin desert clouds. A different kind of time. The rhythm of travel slowed naturally in the desert. Horses moved at a steady pace. Rest stops were frequent. Soldiers conserved water. The quiet encouraged deeper reflection. Pilate sometimes felt that the desert held its own wisdom. Nothing hurried here. Everything existed in deliberate simplicity. Roman watchtowers and outposts, guardians of the quiet edge. Small fortified posts. The desert frontier did not require large forts. Instead, Rome maintained small watchtowers or outposts built of stone. These structures served as both lookout points and resting stations. Each post usually held a small group of auxiliary soldiers, a well or cistern dug deep into the rock, a shaded shelter for travelers, storage for grain and dried food, a lookout platform that faced the open desert. Pilate visited these posts to inspect conditions and speak with their commanders. Quiet discipline. Life in these stations was remarkably quiet. Soldiers spent long hours watching the horizon. They listened closely for changes in wind patterns, distant movement, or calls from passing caravans. Their routines included patrolling in pairs, monitoring water supplies, keeping animals safe from predators, writing simple reports, maintaining equipment. The desert taught them patience and sharpened their awareness. Conversations at dusk. When Pilate met with these soldiers, conversations often occurred at dusk when the heat had softened. The soldiers spoke calmly of passing caravans, weather patterns, minor disturbances, their daily work, occasional encounters with nomadic tribes. These exchanges gave Pilate a window into a world far removed from political negotiations or legal debates. Nomadic tribes and desert communities. People of the desert. The frontier was home to groups who knew the desert intimately. These communities understood hidden springs, seasonal migration routes, signs of approaching storms, desert herbs with healing properties, ways to travel long distances with limited resources. Pilate encountered them at wells or during rest stops. Calm exchanges and mutual respect. These interactions were peaceful. The nomadic leaders greeted Roman officials politely, recognizing the value of cooperation. Pilate listened quietly as they described trade routes, grazing conditions, movement of caravans, dangers from bandits, shifting sands that blocked certain paths. Pilate appreciated their knowledge, often more accurate than official maps. Gifts of hospitality. Desert hospitality was simple and genuine. Pilate occasionally received dates, goatskin water pouches, small bundles of herbs, fresh bread baked on heated stones. These gestures softened the starkness of the environment. The desert wind, a constant companion. Soft mornings. In the early hours, the desert was cool. Pilate found these mornings soothing. The breeze carried the faint scent of sand and distant vegetation. The silence felt expansive. Midday heat. By midday, the heat surged. Pilate often rested beneath cloth awnings or inside outposts. During these hours, he felt the land's intensity and understood why desert life demanded endurance. Evening calm. As the sun lowered, the desert cooled rapidly. Shadows stretched long across the sand. The wind softened and brought relief. This twilight period created a serene atmosphere that Pilate found meditative. Caravans on the frontier, slow processions across the sand. Distant sightings. From watchtower platforms, Pilate sometimes saw caravans approaching from the east. They moved gracefully, with camels stepping in long, rhythmic motions. A typical caravan included lines of camels carrying goods, drivers walking beside their animals, guards with spears or bows, groups of traders from Arabia or Nabatea, bundles of aromatic spices, woven blankets and tools. The sight of a caravan crossing the horizon reminded Pilate of the vast network of trade surrounding the province. Resting beside wells. Caravans often stopped at frontier wells. Pilate watched. Camels kneeling patiently. Drivers washing dust from their faces. Traders stretching stiff limbs. Water glistening in the dim light. Simple conversations shared in many languages. These peaceful exchanges emphasized the universal need for rest and water. Pilate's thoughts in the wilderness. A contrast to political life. In the desert, Pilate's mind eased. The noise of Judean politics faded. The demands of imperial expectations grew distant. He was able to reflect more freely on past decisions, future responsibilities, the meaning of leadership, the fragility of peace, the beauty of simplicity. These quiet insights influenced his approach to governance. The humility of wide horizons. Standing at the edge of a desert ridge, Pilate saw endless sky, sweeping plains, distant shadows of hills, faint ripples of sand shifting in the wind, soft colors merging into the horizon. This view reminded him that human authority was small compared to the vastness of nature. Finding stillness within duty. Pilate understood that his role required constant attention. Yet the desert gave him glimpses of stillness that renewed his strength. He often carried these moments back with him to Jerusalem or Caesarea. Nights on the frontier, lamps, stars, and deep silence. Setting up camp. When traveling far, Pilate's retinue sometimes camped overnight. Soldiers raised tents cautiously and created a circle of small fires. Pilate sat near the light, watching the flames flicker in the wind. Listening to the night. Desert nights held a unique quiet. Pilate heard soft shifting of sand, distant calls of animals, muffled conversations from soldiers, the gentle rustle of tents, the steady breathing of horses. The silence felt protective rather than empty. The sky above. The stars appeared brighter in the desert. Without city light, the sky opened in full brilliance. Pilate sometimes leaned back and looked upward, letting the stars wash over his senses. In those moments, the burdens of governance softened. A sleep-friendly closing, the desert at dusk. Imagine Pilate standing at the edge of a wide desert plain as the day fades. The horizon glows with the last traces of sunlight. The sky shifts from gold to violet. The wind cools. Sand moves softly in gentle waves. A small watchtower stands nearby, its lantern glowing warmly. A caravan settles around a distant well. The world is quiet, safe, and slow. Pilate steps back toward the camp, comforted by the stillness around him. The desert holds its ancient peace. The night settles gently over the land. Let this quiet landscape stay with you, guiding your thoughts toward deep rest. Part 15. Pilate and the pilgrimage roads, traveling crowds, quiet camps, and the soft movement of Judea's festival seasons. Although Pontius Pilate is often associated with tense political moments in Jerusalem, much of his experience as prefect involved something quieter and more rhythmically beautiful. Judea's spiritual life was shaped by pilgrimage. At several points each year, thousands of people traveled along dusty roads, moving slowly toward the holy city for its great festivals. These movements shaped the entire province. They brought life to rural routes, filled small towns with activity, and created temporary communities along the way. They also required Pilate's careful attention. Pilgrimages were peaceful in spirit, but they carried logistical challenges. Roads needed upkeep. Water had to be accessible. Safety had to be maintained. Crowds needed space, order, and calm leadership from local officials. Pilate knew that if these journeys unfolded smoothly, the entire province benefited from a sense of stability. If anything went wrong, tensions could rise quickly. Tonight we follow Pilate along the pilgrimage roads. We walk beside him as he observes the slow flow of travelers, the quiet camps at night, the cooperation among families, and the emotional importance of these journeys. As always, this story unfolds softly, guiding your mind into a state of peace while offering a gentle portrait of life in ancient Judea. The pilgrimage routes, worn paths across rolling land. Ancient roads in a living landscape. The roads that led to Jerusalem were older than Roman rule. They had been shaped by centuries of travelers. Merchants. Farmers bringing goods to market. Families journeying to festivals. Herders guiding flocks. Scholars traveling to study. Traders linking small towns. Pilate recognized that these roads were not simply physical routes. They were the veins of Judea's cultural life. Pilate's familiarity with each region. Pilate traveled many of these paths during inspections. He knew their character. The gentle slopes of the Judean hills. The long, winding descent toward Jericho. The shaded olive groves near Emmaus. The rocky passes leading from Galilee. The cool springs where travelers rested. The narrow sections where caravans slowed. These places became familiar markers as Pilate learned the rhythms of the province. The slow approach of festival seasons. As the festivals approached, the roads changed. Pilate noticed more families carrying small bundles. Groups traveling together for safety. Musicians joining the crowds. Livestock herded toward Jerusalem. Vendors preparing special wares. An atmosphere of anticipation. The soundscape shifted from silence to a gentle murmur. Travelers on the road. A peaceful stream of humanity. Families walking together. The majority of pilgrims traveled on foot. Pilate saw families walking slowly, their faces shaded by cloths or straw hats. Children walked beside parents, often asking small questions or pointing at distant hills. Their belongings were simple. Blankets rolled tightly. Small jars of water. Dried figs or dates. Sandals repaired for long travel. Baskets with bread. Staffs for balance on uneven ground. Their pace was unhurried but persistent. Groups formed from many villages. Pilgrims often banded together. A group might include cousins from neighboring towns. Elders guiding the route. Young men playing simple flutes. Women carrying provisions. Farmers with animals for offerings. teachers sharing stories along the way. These bonds formed naturally as people met each other on the road. Respectful interaction with Roman officials. Most encounters between pilgrims and Roman patrols were calm. Pilgrims moved aside respectfully to allow soldiers to pass. Soldiers maintained distance unless assistance or supervision was necessary. Pilate encouraged such peaceful coexistence. Pilate's inspections, ensuring calm and order. Checking water sources. Pilate knew the importance of water on a pilgrimage route. He often stopped to inspect. Wells dug deep into the ground. Cisterns carved from rock. Natural springs shaded by trees. Storage jars placed near checkpoints. A reliable water supply reduced frustration and helped prevent disputes. Resting stations and shelters. Pilate oversaw repairs too. Stone benches. Shaded rest platforms. Shelters for travelers. Small watch posts. Road markers that guided pilgrims. His attention to these details supported the stability of festival seasons. Cooperation with local leaders. Pilate met frequently with village elders along major routes. Conversations focused on preparations for large crowds. Fairness in food pricing. Organization of temporary stalls. Distribution of grain. Coordination of night camps. Ensuring that weaker travelers received assistance. These meetings strengthened local governance and reduced the chances of disruptions. Evenings on the pilgrimage road, peaceful camps and shared fires. Setting up camp. As the sun set, travelers paused at wide, open spaces commonly used for camps. Pilate sometimes visited these areas during inspections. Camps formed naturally. Families grouped their blankets together. Small circles of stones created safe fire pits. Elders assigned areas for sleeping. Children helped collect small pieces of brushwood. Vendors positioned their carts nearby. The camp became a temporary village. Simple meals under the sky. As darkness deepened, the smell of food filled the air. Families warmed. Lentil stew. Bread toasted on stones. Roasted onions or herbs. Small portions of fish. Dates and figs shared among children. The atmosphere grew calm and communal. Songs and stories in the night. After the evening meal, voices rose gently across the camp. Some shared stories from scripture. Others sang soft songs while musicians accompanied them with flutes or small drums. Pilate, listening from a respectful distance, understood that this emotional atmosphere was a core part of the pilgrimage experience. Morning departures, renewed energy for the road. The first light of dawn. At dawn, the sky shifted from deep blue to pale gold. Pilgrims prepared quietly. Rolling blankets. Securing packs. Waking children gently. Refilling water jars. Checking sandals and staff handles. The morning air held a sense of purpose. The restart of the journey. Groups set out slowly. The soft thud of sandals filled the air. Birds called from trees. The road awakened gently. Pilate sometimes watched these departures, feeling a sense of peace in their slow, steady movement. Vendors and helpers along the route. Food sellers. Along the route were small stalls offering bread, olives, dried fish, honey cakes, goat cheese wrapped in leaves. Their presence eased the journey for pilgrims. Craftsmen on the road. Craftsmen offered services such as sandal repair, pottery patching, sharpening of tools, stitching torn bags. Pilate recognized the importance of these small economies. Young helpers and guides. Children from nearby towns often ran ahead with messages or offered to guide travelers through confusing sections of the route. They did so for small coins or pieces of fruit. Their energy added life to the traveling community. Encounters with Roman patrols, calm monitoring. Purpose of the patrols. Patrols accompanied pilgrims' routes not to intimidate but to prevent bandit attacks, disputes between groups, overcrowding at narrow passes, theft from unattended bundles, disorder at water stations. Pilate instructed the patrols to be firm yet gentle. A balance of presence and distance. Soldiers often stood at shaded posts, monitored crowded turns, guided traffic through rocky paths, warned travelers about steep areas, helped injured walkers reach rest stops. Pilate valued this balanced approach. It kept peace without intruding on sacred journeys. The emotional meaning of the pilgrimage. A journey of identity. Pilate was not part of the religious tradition that shaped these journeys, yet he sensed their importance. He recognized that pilgrims walked not only to reach a destination but to strengthen family bonds, community ties, spiritual identity, generational memories, moral reflection. The pilgrimage was more than movement across land. It was movement across inner landscapes as well. Moments of reflection. Pilate sometimes paused at high vantage points to watch the slow streams of travelers moving through valleys. The sight touched something within him. Their patience, their hope, their unwavering dedication, their unity, their gentle calm. He understood that this flow of people represented the heart of Judea. Pilate's own reflections on responsibility. The challenge of maintaining peace. Pilate knew the festivals carried risk. Large gatherings could trigger tension. Yet seeing the pilgrims as individuals rather than crowds helped him maintain perspective. He understood that each traveler had a story. Each family carried its own worries and hopes. Each child experienced the journey with wonder. Each elder walked with memory. Each group formed a small world of its own. This understanding softened his approach to governance. Gratitude for the simplicity of the road. Pilate sometimes felt grateful for the calm of these routes. They reminded him that governance was not only about authority, law, and discipline. It was also about enabling peaceful movement, safety, and continuity of life. A sleep-friendly closing, twilight on the pilgrimage road. Imagine Pilate watching a long, dusty road as evening begins to settle. A warm breeze carries the scent of olive trees. The sun dips low, painting the hills in gentle shades of rose and amber. Pilgrims settle into their night camps, their fires flickering softly in the dimming light. Voices drift lazily through the air. Children find spots beside their parents. Elders rest against smooth stones warmed by the day. The sky darkens, and stars begin to appear one by one. Pilate stands quietly, listening to the peaceful murmur spreading across the hillside. The pilgrimage road, alive with gentle humanity, glows softly beneath the evening sky. Let this calming scene guide your thoughts into deeper rest. Part 16. Pilate and the administrative quiet of Caesarea, letters, ledgers, courtyards, and the subtle rhythm of Roman governance. While Jerusalem carried spiritual tension and symbolic weight, and while the countryside revealed the gentle rhythms of daily life, Caesarea offered something different for Pontius Pilate. It offered structure, organization, bureaucracy, and a smooth mechanical hum beneath the surface of Roman administration. It was the provincial capital and therefore the heart of Pilate's duties. Yet the Caesarea Pilate lived within was not defined by noise or chaos. Instead, it moved with a gentle regularity, as if the city itself breathed through slow cycles of documentation, correspondence, and civic maintenance. Caesarea's administrative world existed behind courtyards shaded by columns, behind stone walls softened by sea breezes, and beneath roofs where scribes worked quietly at low wooden tables. The city blended power and calm. The sea whispered beyond the harbor walls. Doves perched along balconies. Government offices opened each morning with predictable routine. Pilate, for all the political weight of his role, often found a kind of stillness in these administrative days. Tonight, we follow Pilate into this quieter domain. We walk with him through the halls where clerks kept records, the chambers where he read reports, the open-air courtyards where he met with advisors, and the rooms where he wrote formal letters to distant superiors. This part focuses on the gentle pulse of governance, the quiet mornings, the measured afternoons, and the soft evenings beside the sea. Allow this chapter to ease your mind and help you drift peacefully towards sleep. The city of Caesarea, a center of calm order. The harbor and sea breeze. Caesarea's harbor, built with Roman engineering skill, was a marvel of precision. Yet despite its scale, it retained an atmosphere of quiet when Pilate moved through it in the early morning. He sometimes began his administrative days by observing the soft sound of waves brushing against stone, seagulls gliding in slow arcs, fishermen preparing their nets, workers cleaning the docks, sunlight illuminating towers and columns, the steady thud of distant carpenters repairing ships. These scenes cleared his mind before he entered the world of paperwork and decisions. Government Quarter. The administrative buildings stood close to one another, arranged around shaded courtyards. They were built of stone and decorated with simple mosaics. Pilate's staff worked in these structures daily, maintaining the operations of the province. Despite their importance, the atmosphere inside these buildings was often hushed. The work required concentration, not commotion. A city built for function. Caesarea was organized carefully. Pilate appreciated wide streets paved in stone, aqueducts moving water steadily, public fountains providing fresh supplies, warehouses arranged logically, stable quarters kept clean and orderly, markets separated from government grounds. The city structure supported Pilate's need for clarity. Pilate's administrative mornings, quiet precision. A slow, ordered beginning. Pilate's mornings in Caesarea began early. Soft light entered his residence through latticed windows. Servants prepared water for washing. The aroma of simple bread and herbs drifted from the kitchen. Pilate often sat in silence for several minutes after waking. The calm gave him space to assemble his thoughts. Reviewing documents from the night before. Before entering official chambers, Pilate often read reports delivered by messengers. Updates on tax collection. Summaries of land disputes. Notes from military outposts. Requests from village elders. updates from harbor officials, weather and crop reports. These documents shaped the decisions of the day. Walking to the administrative hall, Pilate walked across a stone courtyard shaded by columns. The air was cool. Birds perched on the roof beams. Clerks greeted him with respectful nods. The soundscape remained gentle. Soft footfalls on stone. The rustle of papyrus scrolls. Murmured conversations among scribes. Distant echo from the colonnade. It was a peaceful start to the day. The work of the scribes, quiet hands that held the province together. Scribes at their tables. Scribes were essential to Roman administration. They worked with reed pens, ink made from soot or plant dyes, wax tablets for drafts, papyrus for official documents, wooden shelves filled with records. Their movements were deliberate and graceful. Pilate respected their work deeply. Copying, recording, and organizing information. The scribe's tasks included copying formal letters, recording tax receipts, summarizing legal decisions, updating census records, filing property claims, writing instructions to provincial officers. Their precision created stability. The calm rhythm of their work. The sound of scribes writing filled the room with a faint, soothing texture. Pilate often found it comforting. The slow scrape of pens, the turning of scrolls, the quiet shifting of wax tablets created an atmosphere that encouraged focus. Meetings with advisors, thoughtful, measured discussions. Gathering in the courtyard. Pilate frequently met with his advisors in a shaded courtyard. They sat on low benches around a round table. The setting promoted clarity. These advisors included legal experts, financial officers, military coordinators, cultural liaisons, harbor masters. Their discussions unfolded slowly. Topics of conversation. Pilate guided conversations on matters such as grain reserves, construction projects, condition of roads, potential disputes between towns, requests for tax adjustments, strategies for upcoming festivals, agricultural forecasts. The pace was patient and deliberate. Pilate's leadership style. Pilate preferred to listen carefully, ask clarifying questions, allow advisors to finish speaking, review documents before deciding, make decisions only after thorough reflection. His measured approach kept the administrative world steady. Legal cases and petitions, quiet yet essential duties. Hearing local disputes. Pilate sometimes heard legal complaints brought by local residents. These hearings were calm and structured. Common disputes involved boundary disagreements, inheritance questions, disagreements over water rights, commercial misunderstandings, complaints about unfair taxation. Pilate listened patiently to each side, asking for documentation when necessary. Reviewing evidence. Evidence often included written agreements, witness statements, landmarkers, recorded tax histories, copies of earlier settlements. Pilate examined each carefully, rendering clear, fair judgments. Pilate understood that justice supported harmony. His decisions aimed to be fair and consistent. When people left the hall feeling heard, the province remained stable. Midday pause. A moment of stillness. A simple meal. At midday, Pilate stepped away from official duties for a short break. His meal was modest. Lentils, olives, fresh bread, figs or dates, water infused with herbs. That break restored his energy. A quiet walk. Pilate often walked through a private courtyard where citrus trees grew. Doves cooed softly. A small fountain offered a gentle trickle. Sunlight filtered through leaves. Cool shadows created a calming shelter. These walks allowed him to reset before returning to work. Afternoon duties, momentum without rush. Writing letters to Rome. Pilate wrote letters to Roman authorities or to his immediate superiors. These letters included reports on provincial finances, updates on road repairs, summaries of legal matters, descriptions of local events, requests for resources. Writing required precision. Pilate composed his sentences carefully, meeting with representatives from local communities. Pilate often received delegations from towns or villages. They arrived with grievances, requests for grain, petitions for tax relief, questions about property, concerns about border safety. Pilate approached each matter with patience. His calm tone helped prevent disputes from escalating. Minor military coordination. Pilate also met with military officers. Their conversations covered topics such as troop rotations, supply needs, repairs at outposts, caravan protection, festival season preparations. These meetings ensured consistency across the province. Evenings in Caesarea, gentle light and ocean air. Closing the day's records. As the afternoon faded, Pilate reviewed reports prepared by his scribes. Summaries of the day's decisions. Updates on pending issues. Notes for tomorrow's agenda. Letters awaiting his seal. He signed documents with calm deliberation. Stepping into the cooling air. Pilate often ended his administrative day by stepping outside to breathe the evening air. The sea breeze carried cool moisture, the scent of salt, distant voices from the harbor, soft sounds of waves, the faint call of gulls. The world settled gently into dusk. Walking toward the shore. Pilate sometimes took a quiet walk toward the shoreline after work. He passed fishermen preparing for night, merchants closing their stalls, families strolling near the harbor, columns glowing softly in fading light, torches being lit one by one. The city felt safe and serene. Pilate's private reflections at the end of the day. Thinking through responsibilities. Pilate used evening hours to reflect on what had gone smoothly, what required improvement, the well-being of the province, the delicate balance of cultures, the importance of stability, the quiet dignity of administrative work. These reflections guided his decisions. Finding calm in routine. The routine of administrative life offered Pilate a sense of grounding. It reminded him that leadership was not only about dramatic events. It was also about steady, patient care for the everyday needs of the province. The healing power of order. The orderliness of Caesarea allowed Pilate to see the beauty in small things. A scribe's careful handwriting. A well-organized ledger. The quiet sound of water in a fountain. The peaceful glow of lamps in a courtyard. These details calmed his mind. A sleep-friendly closing, nightfall in the administrative quarter. Picture Pilate standing in a quiet courtyard as night settles gently around him. The air is cool and fragrant with sea breeze. Lamps cast warm circles of light on the stone pavement. A fountain murmurs softly in the center. Columns fade into shadow beneath the starry sky. The scribes have gone home. The ledgers are closed. The city lies in calm repose. Pilate listens to the gentle rhythm of Caesarea at night. The world feels balanced and still. His duties are complete. The province rests. The sea whispers beyond the harbor walls. Let this peaceful scene guide your thoughts toward deeper rest. Part 17. Pilate and the Roman household staff, quiet service, daily rituals, and the human voices behind power. Although Pontius Pilate's life appears, from a distance, to be shaped mostly by officials, soldiers, and political encounters, the truth is that much of his daily experience was formed by people who rarely appear in historical records. These people served quietly in his residence, maintained his household, prepared his meals, cared for the building, tended to visitors, and created the stable rhythm that allowed him to govern effectively. Their presence shaped the emotional tone of his days. Their service provided calm structure. Their voices formed a soft background hum in his home, smoothing the edges of administrative strain. Tonight, we step into this domestic world. We move slowly through Pilate's residence in Caesarea, observe the staff who worked with quiet dedication, and explore the atmosphere of peaceful routine they created. These men and women, drawn from many regions of the empire, formed a small community within the large machinery of Roman administration. Their lives intertwined with Pilate's in subtle ways that shaped his mornings, afternoons, and evenings. Let this gentle exploration ease your mind as we slip into another calm and sleep-friendly chapter of this historical journey. The household, a quiet network of roles and responsibilities. A small but skilled staff. Pilate's household in Caesarea was not extravagant, but it was functional and well organized. It included individuals responsible for preparing meals, caring for linens, maintaining the courtyard garden, tending the lamps and oil supplies, cleaning and sweeping, managing laundry, organizing documents for personal use, assisting visiting officials, ensuring the residence remained peaceful and orderly. These staff members formed the silent structure that supported Pilate's days. People from many places. Some members of Pilate's household staff were from Italy, Greece, Syria, Judea, North Africa, Asia Minor. They spoke a blend of languages. Many communicated in Greek, which served as the administrative standard. The diversity of their origins shaped a household marked by cooperation and adaptability. The tone of the household. The environment was calm. Voices remained low. Movements were efficient yet unhurried. The overall atmosphere promoted clarity and focus. Pilate valued this quiet harmony. Morning preparations, setting the tone of the day. Soft footsteps before dawn. Before Pilate woke each morning, members of his staff were already moving through the residence. Their tasks included lighting small lamps in hallways, sweeping courtyards free of fallen leaves, preparing water for washing, arranging simple breakfasts, checking the condition of scrolls and writing materials, opening shutters to allow morning light into the residence. These gentle actions created a sense of order that eased Pilate into wakefulness. The kitchen at daybreak. The household kitchen began its work early. Staff prepared warm bread, olives, sliced figs or dates, small portions of cheese, herbal water infused overnight. The kitchen's quiet efficiency formed the comforting foundation of Pilate's mornings. Pilate's first interactions of the day. When Pilate entered the courtyard in the morning, the staff greeted him with respectful simplicity. They spoke only when needed. Their presence, calm and steady, helped shape the emotional tone of his workday. The role of personal attendants, steady support, assisting with clothing and daily items. Pilate had 1 or 2 personal attendants who helped with preparing clothing suited for the day's duties, ensuring sandals or boots were repaired, checking items needed for travel, organizing writing materials for correspondence, preparing small items he might need during inspections. These responsibilities required attention to detail and quiet discipline. Understanding Pilate's routine. The attendants knew Pilate's preferences. They anticipated when he preferred silence, when he needed documents ready, when he wished to walk alone in the courtyard, which meals helped him maintain clarity, how to prepare his chambers for evening work. Their knowledge reduced stress and smoothed the small challenges of daily life. The garden staff, tending calm spaces, maintaining the courtyard garden. Pilate's residence included a small courtyard with citrus trees, flowering shrubs, climbing vines, a stone fountain, patches of herbs. Garden caretakers maintained the space with care. They watered plants, pruned branches, swept fallen petals, and kept the fountain running smoothly, creating a place of retreat. This garden served as Pilate's refuge. Staff ensured it remained clean, quiet, fragrant, shaded, visually calming. When Pilate stepped into this space during breaks, he sensed the peaceful labor behind its beauty. The house stewards, calm supervisors of daily order, coordinating tasks. House stewards supervised the household. They organized staff schedules, deliveries of food, linen washing cycles, cleaning routines, purchases from nearby markets, repairs to the residence. Their work ran seamlessly, leaving Pilate free to focus on governance, balancing authority and kindness. A good steward exercised authority with fairness, clarity, calm direction, appreciation for staff efforts. The positive tone of the household reflected the steward's leadership. The kitchen staff, creating nourishment and comfort. Simple, balanced meals. Pilate did not seek elaborate meals. His staff prepared food that was nutritious, modest, lightly seasoned, appropriate for long administrative days. Meals often included lentils, barley bread, roasted vegetables, olives, fish from local markets, fruit in season. The predictability of these meals created calm and routine. Kitchen rhythm. The kitchen had its own quiet rhythm. Chopping vegetables, grinding herbs, kneading dough, tending cooking fires, washing and drying utensils. Even when Pilate was far away in administrative chambers, this slow rhythm continued beneath the surface of the household. The writers and domestic clerks, supporting Pilate's personal correspondence. Although official scribes handled provincial records, Pilate kept 1 or 2 household clerks for personal or sensitive letters. They helped organize drafts, sharpen reed pens, mix ink, maintain papyrus supplies, copy clean versions for dispatch. Their work required discretion and trust. A calm working space. These clerks often worked in a small side room. The room contained shelves of scrolls, a writing table, oil lamps, reed pens stored carefully, wax tablets for notes. The room's quietness enhanced its sense of purpose. Visitors to the household, hospitality and poised service. Welcoming officials and guests. Pilate staff managed the arrival of local leaders, Roman officers, advisors, visiting merchants, delegates from nearby towns. Hospitality included offering water, providing shaded seating, serving small bowls of fruit, ensuring guests were comfortable while awaiting Pilate. These gestures conveyed respect without extravagance. Maintaining calm during tense visits. When disputes or complaints brought anxious guests, the staff's calm demeanor helped stabilize the atmosphere. Their quiet service softened tension before Pilate even entered the room. Laundry and linens. The soft background work. Caring for clothing and household items. Laundry staff washed tunics, cloaks, bedding, towels, table linens. They used basins, soap made from natural ash, smooth stones for scrubbing, drying racks placed in sunlight. Their work remained largely unseen yet essential. The comfort of freshness. Pilate valued clean linens, neatly folded garments, uncluttered rooms. These seemingly small comforts played a calming role in his daily life. Household conversations. A quiet community. Soft voices and mutual respect. Members of Pilate's household spoke with one another quietly. Their interactions were shaped by cooperation, shared tasks, small acts of kindness, respect for different languages and customs. The staff formed a community with its own harmony. Stories shared during work. While performing tasks, staff often shared stories from their homelands. Childhood memories. Rituals from their regions. Tales about seasonal changes. Proverbs passed through generations. These stories enriched the household atmosphere. Pilate's relationship with his staff. A leader who observed carefully. Pilate treated his household with a balance of authority and recognition. He noticed consistent effort, loyalty, skill, quiet patience. He understood that their service provided stability he relied upon. Moments of simple appreciation. Pilate occasionally offered extra rations, time for rest, kind words, small acknowledgments during festivals. These gestures strengthened loyalty and trust. Evenings in the household, closing the day with calm, softening light. As the sun lowered, household lamps were lit. Shadows lengthened across the courtyard. The fountain glowed faintly under torchlight. The household transitioned into an evening rhythm. Winding down tasks. Staff completed. Final cleaning. Kitchen closure. Courtyard sweeping. Preparation for the next morning. Securing doors for the night. Their movements grew slower and quieter. Pilate's final moments of the day. Pilate often ended his evenings in quiet reflection. The stability of his household, created by the dedication of these individuals, provided a sense of peace. He sometimes listened to soft footsteps, murmured voices, the fountain's gentle trickle, faint sea breeze shifting curtains. These sounds eased him into rest. A sleep-friendly closing, the household at night. Imagine Pilate's residence as night settles fully. Lamps are dimmed. The courtyard rests in cool shadow. The garden leaves move softly in the evening breeze. The kitchen is silent. Clean linens hang neatly in their places. Attendants retire to their quarters. Clerks put away their pens and scrolls. The fountain continues its gentle sound. Pilate walks slowly across the courtyard, feeling the calm that fills his home. The household sleeps. The city sleeps. Only the quiet rhythm of the sea continues beyond the walls. Let this peaceful scene carry you gently toward rest. Part 18. Pilate and the healing practices of Judea, physicians, midwives, herbalists, and the quiet labor of care. Although Pontius Pilate governed Judea primarily through law, administration, and military oversight, there was another world running quietly beneath the surface of the province. It was a world of healers, caretakers, midwives, herbalists, and physicians who worked tirelessly to ease pain, treat illness, and guide families through life's most fragile moments. Their work rarely entered official records, but it shaped the texture of daily life far more deeply than any political decree. Healing in Judea was diverse. It blended Roman medical knowledge, Greek theories of the body, ancient Hebrew practices, herbal traditions passed down through generations, and practical experience gained through years of tending to neighbors and family members. When Pilate traveled through the province or received petitions from local leaders, he often encountered this quiet medical network. He did not participate directly, yet he observed its importance and occasionally supported it through decisions involving resources, water access, or community safety. Tonight, we move gently into this world of healing. We watch the physicians at their work tables, the midwives guiding births with calm expertise, the herbalists preparing salves and infusions, and the caretakers tending to the elderly and the young. We see what Pilate saw, that health, recovery, and comfort grew from many hands working patiently behind the scenes. Let this chapter unfold softly, guiding your thoughts into peaceful rest. Healing traditions in Judea, many streams of knowledge. A blend of cultures. Medical practice in Judea drew from several traditions. Roman military medicine. Greek theories of bodily balance. Hebrew teachings on purity and rest. Local herbal knowledge. Practical healing among families. Advice from midwives and elders. This diversity created a rich, flexible approach to care. Pilate found this intriguing, even if he did not understand every technique. When he reviewed reports involving illness or accidents, he recognized the essential role these healers played. Healing as a community practice. Many people in Judea had some knowledge of herbs, poultices, or simple remedies. Families passed techniques down through generations. Villagers supported one another during sickness. Healers were respected not only for their skill but for their dedication. Pilate often saw evidence of this community care during visits to rural towns. It impressed him quietly. Roman physicians in the province. The military medicus. Each Roman garrison had a medicus, a trained physician who treated soldiers and sometimes civilians. The medicus kept iron surgical tools, needles and thread, salves for wounds, ointments for burns, jars filled with vinegar for cleaning injuries, scrolls describing treatments. Pilate inspected medical quarters periodically to ensure proper supplies. Calm efficiency. The military medicus worked with steady confidence. Injuries treated included cuts from construction work, sprains from marches, fevers caused by water contamination, eye irritations from sand or dust, cracked bones from accidents. Pilate observed that these practitioners brought discipline to their work. Their healing did not rely on elaborate rituals, but on careful examination and practical knowledge. Pilate's respect for Roman medicine. Though he did not involve himself in medical decisions, Pilate understood the value of trained physicians. Their presence reduced mortality, strengthened military readiness, and stabilized communities near outposts. Greek influence, philosophy and balance. The theory of humors. Greek medical thought taught that the body contained four humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, black bile. Health depended on balance. Illness signaled imbalance. Greek physicians in Judea applied this theory in calm, methodical ways. Gentle treatments. Treatments included adjusting diet, recommending rest, using herbal infusions, suggesting changes in environment, gentle massage or rubbing oils, bathing in warm or cool water. These practices prioritized harmony. Pilate, with his preference for order and calm, found the Greek approach aesthetically pleasing. Hebrew traditions, purity, rest, and community healing. Care rooted in Scripture. Hebrew healing practices emphasized cleanliness, proper washing, rest during illness, avoiding harmful contact, prayer and reflection, support from family and neighbors. Pilate saw these practices particularly in Judean villages, where elders guided families based on long-established teachings. A deep sense of care. These traditions recognized the emotional needs of the sick, the importance of environment, the value of gentle handling, the power of supportive presence. Pilate respected the stability these customs provided. Herbalists and natural remedies. Knowledge passed through generations. Herbalists knew the land intimately. They recognized desert plants rich in healing oils, mountain herbs that eased breathing, flowers used to soothe skin conditions, leaves boiled for calming teas, roots crushed for pain relief. Their knowledge came from observation, not formal training. Herb preparation. Herbalists prepared salves, poultices, dried bundles of leaves, tincture soaked in water or wine, teas infused with blossoms. Pilate occasionally encountered these healers when visiting frontier posts or mountain villages. He admired their quiet expertise. A calming process. Preparing herbal remedies involved grinding herbs on stone slabs, boiling mixtures over low flames, pouring liquids carefully into jars, labeling ingredients with small symbols, storing salves in cool spaces. The process carried a soothing rhythm. Midwives, guardians of birth and early life. Expert care during birth. Midwives were vital. They oversaw labor support, monitoring the mother's breathing, encouraging calm, delivering the infant, cutting the umbilical cord, washing the newborn gently, ensuring both mother and child remained warm. Their knowledge could not be replaced by any formal physician. Tools and techniques. Midwives used warm towels, herbal infusions to ease discomfort, smooth stones for heating, gentle massage around the abdomen, swaddling cloths carefully prepared. Their methods came from long practice. Emotional support. Midwives also offered comforting words, guided family members, protected the privacy and dignity of the mother, created a sense of safety. Pilate learned about their influence through household reports or discussions with village leaders. Caretakers and family healers. Elders with practical wisdom. Many families relied on elders who understood. Fevers, minor wounds, childhood illnesses, dietary needs, the importance of rest. Their advice blended tradition and gentle intuition. Comfort through familiarity. Pilate noticed that family-based care offered something official medicine could not. It offered warmth, presence, and reassurance. Healing in the home. Home-based healing involved simple bedding, warm compresses, soft lighting, quiet voices, rhythmic washing with clean water, gentle feeding. These scenes reminded Pilate of the universality of suffering and comfort. Healing spaces. Calm environments across the province. Small rooms in village homes. Many healing spaces were simple rooms with woven mats, pottery jars of herbs, low stools, cloth coverings to soften light, water bowls kept cool in shaded corners. Pilate noticed the tranquility of these spaces during occasional visits. Rooms in Roman outposts. Military infirmaries had reed mats for resting, clean bandages, jars of ointments, wash basins, simple cots. Despite the functional appearance, they remained calm places of recovery. Healing in open air. Some treatments occurred outdoors. Warm sunlight for long-term illness. Cooling breezes for fevers. Gentle walking for recovery of strength. The land itself played a role in healing. Pilate's observations and quiet role in public health. Supporting infrastructure. Pilate influenced health indirectly by maintaining aqueducts, ensuring clean public fountains, repairing roads for easier travel to healers, securing grain supply, protecting wells from contamination, supporting public bathhouses. These decisions supported well-being more than any single physician could. Investigating outbreaks. When reports reached Pilate about unusual sickness in a town, he sometimes sent soldiers to evaluate, messages to local healers, requests for detailed descriptions, grain inspections, well examinations. These measures helped determine whether intervention was needed. Respect for local practices. Pilate rarely imposed Roman medical practices on Judean communities. He understood that healing required trust. Local methods carried the weight of generations. The emotional landscape of healing. Softening of tension. Pilate saw that healing brought calm, unity, cooperation, renewed hope. Even communities that disagreed on politics shared compassion for the sick. A reminder of human fragility. Witnessing healing work reminded Pilate that all people, regardless of status, were vulnerable to illness. This awareness softened his outlook. Moments of quiet gratitude. Pilate sometimes felt quiet appreciation for healers who treated injuries without complaint, midwives who guided mothers through pain, herbalists who knew the land's hidden gifts, elders who cared for neighbors selflessly. These individuals stabilized Judea far more than laws or military force. A sleep-friendly closing. A night in a healer's courtyard. Imagine a small courtyard in a Judean village as night settles. A healer tends to a low clay pot over a gentle flame. The fire crackles softly. The scent of herbs drifts through the air. A jug of clean water stands nearby, catching the moonlight. A mother rocks her newborn in quiet shadows. A patient recovering from fever lies on a woven mat, breathing calmly. Crickets hum in the distance. The village is peaceful. Pilate, passing through on an inspection, pauses briefly at the courtyard entrance. He observes the healer's calm attention, the soft glow of the fire, the restful stillness of recovering patients. He senses the profound humanity within this quiet space. Let this scene settle gently into your thoughts as you drift toward rest. Part 19. Pilate and the traders of the province, caravans, market tents, harbor merchants, and the soft murmur of Mediterranean commerce. Although Pontius Pilate's name is often linked to legal authority, political tension, or high religious drama, a significant portion of the province he governed was shaped by something far quieter and more enduring. This was the steady movement of trade. Judea stood at a crossroads of commerce linking Egypt, Arabia, Syria, and the Mediterranean world. Traders passed through its deserts, hills, and coastal routes year after year. Caravans moved slowly along ancient paths. Markets assembled and dispersed with calm regularity. Ships entered the harbor of Caesarea carrying goods from faraway lands. The entire region breathed through the rhythm of exchange. Pilate observed this world with the eyes of an administrator who understood that peace and prosperity were strengthened by consistent trade. Stable markets meant stable families. Reliable routes meant fewer disputes. Safe roads meant fewer military interventions. The sound of traders haggling softly in markets, or the sight of camels kneeling under the weight of fragrant goods, represented a kind of harmony that had nothing to do with laws or decrees. It came from people working, walking, and cooperating across great distances. Tonight we follow Pilate through this commercial landscape. We walk beside him as he inspects caravans at rest stops, speaks with harbor merchants, watches goods exchanged peacefully in small town markets, and observes the gentle order of trade that supported everyday life. Each scene invites you into a softer layer of ancient Judea. Allow these quiet images to drift through your mind as you settle deeper into rest. The caravans of the province, slow, steady, and ancient. Patterns of movement across the land. Caravans moved like threads weaving the desert and countryside together. Their routes linked. Nabatean lands to the southeast. The spice trade from Arabia. Cedar and pottery from Syria. Grains and linens from Egypt. Roman manufactured goods from the Mediterranean. Pilate often encountered these caravans during inspections along major routes. The sound of travelers on the wind. A caravan approaching did not produce loud commotion. Instead, the sound reached the ear like a soft murmur. Steady footfalls of camels on packed earth. Gentle swaying of harnesses. Drivers calling quietly to the animals. The rustling of woven baskets. Rhythmic bells tied around necks. Pilate learned to recognize this sound long before the caravan became visible. Meeting caravan leaders. Caravan leaders greeted Pilate respectfully. They often wore loose garments suited for long journeys and carried staffs polished smooth from use. Their faces bore the marks of sun, wind, and many miles. Conversations were calm and practical. Topics included water availability, condition of the roads, safety from bandits, fairness of customs taxes, recent changes in trade flow. Pilate valued their insights. Their knowledge extended far beyond his province. The goods they carried, a quiet wealth of the ancient world. Spices and aromatics. Caravans often carried frankincense, myrrh, cinnamon, cardamom, saffron, resin used for oils. Their aroma drifted on the air, creating a comforting haze around the caravan's resting place. Crafted objects. Other goods included carved wooden boxes, clay lamps, bronze tools, leatherwork, embroidered cloth, small jars with painted designs. Each item told a story of its origin. Foodstuffs and simple necessities. Not all trade was luxurious. Much of it involved items for everyday use. Grain, dried fish, honey, salt, wine in clay amphorae. These goods sustained the province and helped Pilate understand the flow of daily life. Market towns along the routes, calm hubs of exchange. Setting up the market. Market towns prepared for traders by sweeping open squares, setting out stools and tables, placing shade cloths overhead, lighting small braziers when mornings were cool, arranging baskets of goods in neat rows. Pilate sometimes arrived during early setup, observing the quiet, organized energy, the soft buzz of trading voices. When the market filled, the atmosphere remained gentle. Traders spoke in polite tones. Customers examined goods with careful hands. Sounds included slow bargaining, fabric unfolding, jars being opened, footsteps along dusty paths, laughter shared between familiar faces. Even when the market grew crowded, the mood stayed measured. Pilate's role in market stability. Pilate inspected markets to ensure fairness in weighing goods, protection from pickpockets, honest handling of customs duties, clean water sources nearby, reduced chances of disputes. His presence brought an extra layer of calm. The harbor at Caesarea, gateway to the Mediterranean. Ships from many lands. Pilate often visited the harbor to oversee ship arrivals, customs inspections, unloading of cargo, coordination with harbor officials. Ships came from Alexandria, Cyprus, Rhodes, Ansh, ports in Asia Minor, Greek islands scattered across the sea. Each vessel carried stories from distant coasts. Harbor sounds in the morning light. The harbor created its own peaceful melody. Ropes tightening against wooden posts. Waves brushing gently against hulls. Sailors calling instructions softly. Gulls circling overhead. The scrape of amphorae being moved from ship to shore. Pilate often found this soundscape calming before beginning his administrative tasks. Goods from the sea. Ships delivered. Glassware. Fine pottery. Oils. Wine. Parchment. Fish. Luxuries for wealthier households. Everyday necessities for markets. The exchange of goods marked the heartbeat of the coastal city. Conversations with merchants, Pilate's window into the wider world. Merchants as informal messengers. Merchants, especially those who traveled widely, brought news of political shifts in neighboring provinces, weather patterns affecting harvests, economic changes along distant routes, new goods entering trade, relationships between tribes or states. Pilate listened carefully. Their perspective extended beyond official reports. Gentle discussions in shaded porticos. Pilate often met merchants in shaded porticos near the harbor. They sat on simple benches, sipped water, and exchanged observations. Topics included grain prices, caravan safety, fairness of tolls, port conditions, predicted demand for certain items. These conversations unfolded slowly, with mutual respect. Customs officials and the orderly flow of trade. Collectors of taxes and duties. Rome required taxes for imported goods. Customs officials recorded. Type of merchandise. Quantity. Origin. Destination. Tax value. Pilate oversaw these operations but trusted trained officials to manage daily tasks. Ensuring fair practices. Pilate occasionally reviewed tax ledgers, merchant complaints, records of disputes, receipts kept by traders. His calm, methodical review prevented corruption and maintained trust. A system that needed balance. Pilate recognized that excessive taxation discouraged trade. Too little taxation hurt provincial revenue. His decisions shaped the province's stability. Trade routes through villages, life along the caravan's paths. Children watching the caravan pass. Many villages along major routes welcomed passing caravans. Children often ran to the road to watch camels approach. Their faces filled with wonder. Pilate once observed a group of children imitating the slow, swaying walk of camels, laughing as they tried to copy the rhythm. Families selling goods to travelers. Villagers sold bread, dates, olives, cool water, woven mats, pottery. These exchanges created small but meaningful income. Hospitable gestures. Some villages offered shaded areas for rest, simple meals, assistance with minor repairs, directions for unfamiliar travelers. Pilate admired the gentle hospitality of rural communities. Trade and social harmony. Connecting diverse peoples. Trade brought together people from many cultures. Pilate observed Syrians speaking with Judeans, Greek merchants trading with Arab caravan leaders, Roman officials conversing with Egyptian sailors, local artisans selling their goods to travelers from faraway lands. These interactions fostered understanding and cooperation. Stability through commerce. Pilate knew that trade reduced conflict, encouraged alliances, supported families, strengthened towns, supplied goods not available locally. This quiet stability mattered more than dramatic political actions. Pilate's reflections on economic peace. A province sustained by movement. When Pilate sat on a hill overlooking a caravan route, he saw not only people moving through the landscape but the lifeblood of Judea flowing steadily. He understood that trade created employment, nourishment, variety, comfort, interconnection. He valued the softness of this economic rhythm. Finding peace in observation. Pilate found calm in watching. Camels lift dust from the road. Merchants arranging goods. Sailors unloading cargo. Villagers offering water to travelers. Children running alongside caravans. These simple scenes balance the tension of political leadership. A sleep-friendly closing, nightfall at the caravan rest stop. Imagine Pilate standing near a caravan rest stop at the edge of a quiet village. The sun has just dipped below the horizon. The sky glows with soft shades of amber and rose. Camels kneel in gentle silence. Merchants unroll sleeping mats beneath the stars. A small fire flickers, casting warm light on baskets of fragrant spices. Villagers carry jugs of cool water to share. A child sits beside her father, listening to quiet stories from distant lands. Pilate watches this peaceful gathering. The murmurs of soft conversation mix with the rustle of desert wind. Trade, movement, cooperation, and calm have woven themselves into the fabric of the evening. Let this serene scene linger in your thoughts as you drift toward rest. Part 20. Pilate in retirement, quiet exile, gentle routine, soft remembrance, and the fading echo of a Roman governor. History often focuses its gaze on moments of crisis, conflict, or public decision. Yet the final years of Pontius Pilate's life unfolded not in the noise of political tension, but in a far quieter landscape. After his removal from office, Pilate did not return to the bustling world of Roman administration or the energetic flow of Mediterranean trade. Instead, he stepped into a life marked by stillness. He lived away from Judea, away from Jerusalem, away from the demands that had shaped his authority. In this quieter world, Pilate spent his days reflecting, walking, observing nature, and slowly letting the past settle around him like dust on ancient stone. This final chapter explores Pilate's retirement as a soft epilogue, a gentle coda to a complex life. It does not follow dramatic speculation or legends that accumulated centuries later. Instead, it seeks to imagine, with calm historical grounding, What life may have felt like for a former Roman prefect living quietly after years of responsibility. We picture him near a lake or a villa, surrounded by subdued landscapes far removed from the heavy emotion of Judea. We listen to his thoughts as he remembers the rhythms of governance, the faces of communities he once oversaw, and the subtle ways that leadership shapes a person long after the formal duties have faded. Allow this final chapter to unfold like a slow, calming breath. It is not a conclusion filled with noise, but one wrapped gently in reflection and peace. A life after authority, soft steps into obscurity. Leaving Judea. Pilate's removal from office likely came with mixed emotions. He had spent years navigating cultural tension, maintaining delicate stability, and watching the province shift through seasons of peace and conflict. Leaving Judea meant leaving the rhythmic flow of pilgrims along the roads, the gentle hospitality of Galilean villages, the calm order of Caesarea's administrative quarters, the desert frontier and its quiet winds, the familiar routines of staff who had served him faithfully. The departure may have felt both heavy and strangely freeing. A journey toward a quieter place. Pilate traveled north and west, crossing regions he once governed from afar. He passed landscapes he had reviewed in reports. Rolling hills near Samaria. Coastal plains with their soft breezes. Ports where ships were loaded with amphorae. Valleys where farmers prepared their fields. Mountain routes cooled by evening air. Each mile softened his connection to his former role. A new home, a villa far from the centers of power. A gentle setting. Though history is not perfectly clear about Pilate's final residence, it is widely believed he lived in relative seclusion. Imagine him settling into a modest villa overlooking a lake or slow river. Orchards gently waving in the breeze. Hills outlined against a peaceful sky. Clusters of cypress or olive trees. Wide fields warmed by sunlight. The surroundings offered simplicity rather than grandeur. The villa's atmosphere. The villa likely included stone floors that stayed cool in summer. Soft sunlight filtering through lattice windows. A bit of garden tended by a small staff. A shaded portico for walking. Rooms filled with quiet and airiness. The home reflected stability without extravagance. The rhythm of slow days. Pilate's days unfolded gently. Mornings began with soft light. Afternoons passed without urgency. Evenings settled quietly as lamps were lit and the sound of distant birds faded. Pilate's thoughts in retirement, memory, reflection, and quiet awareness. Remembering the province. Pilate's mind often drifted back to Judea, not with anxiety but with thoughtful recollection. He remembered the sound of fishermen pulling nets from the Sea of Galilee. The hum of marketplaces filled with warm conversation. The smell of spices drifting from caravans. The calm of desert outposts at sunset. The peaceful nighttime glow of Caesarea's harbor. The quiet labor of midwives and healers. The gentle dedication of household staff. The laughter of children running along dusty roads. These memories softened over time, becoming layers of distant experience. Understanding the weight of authority. Pilate had held great responsibility. Now, removed from the machinery of governance, he could reflect on the nature of power. Its limits. Its burdens. Its ability to protect or harm. Its impermanence. He understood that authority was like shifting sand. What seemed fixed during his years in Judea now felt transient. Letting go of judgment. With distance, Pilate likely felt the sharpness of past decisions dull into something gentler. He carried not pride or defensiveness, but acceptance. Leadership requires choices that cannot be undone. Reflection, however, softens their edges. Daily routine, the soft comfort of predictability. Morning walks. Pilate often walked along the edge of the property during the early hours. The morning air held dew on grass, the faint scent of citrus or figs, distant calls of birds, gentle ripples on the water, cool breezes from surrounding hills. These walks grounded his day. Time in the garden. Gardening staff maintained. Herbs. Small flowering plants. Vines climbing stone walls. Fruit trees offering shade. Pilate sometimes sat quietly among the plants, appreciating the steady care required to keep them healthy. Simple meals. Pilate's meals were modest. Bread warm from the oven. Olives cured carefully. Roasted vegetables. Fresh fruit. Water infused with herbs. He no longer observed the formal meal structures of an active official. His meals became peaceful anchors of the day. Reading and writing. Pilate spent quiet hours reading. Histories of provinces. Letters from former colleagues. Philosophical works. Poetry. Accounts of distant lands. He also wrote private reflections, recording his thoughts in wax tablets or on scraps of papyrus. Visitors in retirement, rare but meaningful encounters. Occasional officials. From time to time, a Roman official or messenger visited. They discussed news from Rome, updates on the eastern provinces, changes in governors, shifts in trade, movements of legions. Pilate listened calmly, no longer entangled in the weight of decisions. Local families and neighbors. Pilate's villa was near small communities. Locals sometimes approached with food gifts, news of harvest seasons, stories of weather and travel. Children curious about the quiet Roman living nearby. Pilate responded with gentle courtesy. Nature as companion, listening to land and water. Evening calm beside the lake or river. Pilate often walked near the water at dusk. He watched. Ripples expanding outward from drifting birds. Reflections of purple and gold as the sky darkened. Fishermen returning with simple catches. Children skipping stones across the surface. Lamps lighting slowly in distant homes. The quiet soothed his thoughts. Night sky as a final teacher. When the sky darkened fully, Pilate often stepped outside again. He observed constellations shifting gently through seasons. Fading echoes of the day. Wind moving through trees. Distant animal calls fading into silence. He felt small beneath the expanse, but at peace. Understanding legacy, a soft and honest reflection. A life with many layers. Pilate understood that his name would be tied to events larger than himself. Yet in retirement, he came to realize that legacy is not shaped by a single moment, but by the full landscape of a life. Years of governance. Countless decisions. Quiet efforts to maintain peace. Daily routines. Unseen acts of care or patience. Mistakes and regrets. gratitude and learning. Legacy, he realized, is complex. Letting the future interpret the past. Pilate could not control how future generations would judge him. He understood that history moves on its own path. He allowed that understanding to bring him peace. A sleep-friendly closing, Pilate at the water's edge. Imagine Pilate in the final season of his life, walking slowly toward the water at twilight. The air is cool. The sky blends soft shades of rose, gold, and deepening blue. Light reflects gently across the surface of the lake. A quiet breeze moves through nearby trees. Distant voices fade as families settle into their evening routines. Pilate finds his usual stone seat near the shoreline. He lowers himself gently. He feels the calm evening wrap around him. He listens to the soft lap of water against the shore. His thoughts move slowly, like drifting boats on a still surface. He remembers the people of Judea, the gentle rhythm of Galilee, the soft nights in desert outposts, the calm of Caesarea, and the many hands that shaped the province far more than he ever could. The sky darkens. Stars begin to glow. Pilate breathes steadily, content in the simplicity of this moment. Let this peaceful scene settle within you as you drift toward rest. As we close this quiet journey through the life and world of Pontius Pilate, let your mind drift softly over everything we have explored together. From desert outposts to bustling harbors, from peaceful households to long-forgotten roads, we have walked slowly through a world shaped by routine, reflection, and the gentle rhythm of ancient life. Thank you for letting these stories keep you company as you rest. Until our next journey into the past, may your night be calm and your dreams peaceful. Background historian out.